Okay, good morning. Uh, Good morning to all of you. I, Vipin Kumar Tripathi, along with my faculty colleague, Professor Prashun Chakravarti, who is a joint coordinator in this program, I welcome all the dignitaries of the program and participants to this 5 days NVA accreditation and processes program. As we know that NBA accreditation these days is recognized as an important parameter globally for credibility of the engineering programs offered by engineering institutions across the world. Recently, we heard some news that government of Oman issued some orders that those engineers from India who are not passed out from some NBA accredited institution, they cannot work in Oman. And then India has to send a team of AICT to convince government of Oman for giving some relaxation to the people who passed out at the time when NBA accreditation was not there. So this is an important activity. This is a very comprehensive exercise. Those who have been involved in this process, they know that a program is accredited based on evaluation on around 100 to 150 different parameters. And when such a comprehensive exercise we do, there are always possibilities that people have doubts and confusions about presenting the information on various criteria and sub-criteria. So, therefore, there is a need of organizing such workshops and programs where people can be trained, people can be given awareness about the NB accreditation process. And you find that normally there are workshops of 1, 2, or 3 days duration across the country to create an awareness. But the programs of this kind of 5 days detailed program is very rare. NIT-Agartala, under the able guidance of our respected director, Professor H.K. Sarma sir, take this responsibility. We shoulder this responsibility to create awareness and help other institutions in successfully completing NBA accreditation process. This is the participants here are in a big number, and the number till today crossed more than 250, which makes this event as a national event, and this recognizes the need of creating such kind of awareness programs. The evaluators who are very senior evaluators, they are speakers in this program. Some of the speakers, they are master trainers whom NBA invite to train the evaluators. So this will be, I hope, a very useful program for the participants, and if they attend all the sessions, they can successfully pass the test, which is a requirement of AICT for awarding the certificate of attendance of this program. So I request all of you that this will be a very useful program. Kindly attend all the sessions and write the test. That will help you getting a certificate. Now, because this program is offered by Mechanical Engineering Department, I would like to invite Head of the Department, Mechanical Engineering, NIT Agartala, Professor Preetam Das, to say a few words about the program and the department. Dr. Das, please.
Thank you, Professor Tripathi. Namaskar and good morning to everyone. The Director, Professor Harish Kumar Sharma, coordinators of the program, Professor Vipin Kumar Tripathi and Professor Prashun Chakravarti, faculty members, students and participants from all the corners of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I, on the behalf of Mechanical Engineering Department, welcome you all to the Faculty Development Program on NBA accreditation and process. Department of Mechanical Engineering started its journey in the year 1965 in erstwhile Tripura Engineering College with only one student in undergraduate program. The college was upgraded to NIT-Agartala in 2006. Now we have an intake of more than 110 in BTech program, 70 in 5 postgraduate program, and 60 scholars are pursuing PhD at present. Department of Mechanical Engineering has recorded consistent improvement in its academic, research, and placement performance. It offers a range of innovatively designed programs whose curricula are constantly updated to meet the changing requirements of the industry and also to meet the needs of the major stakeholders. We believe that our students have been well accepted in their job profiles and have consistently exceeded expectations of the corporate world. The BTech program of Mechanical Engineering Department has been NBA accredited for 5 years from 2013 and re-accredited for 3 years from 2020. During the study at the department, the students are encouraged to get hands-on experience in the corporate world through internship projects with representation. In their curriculum, they are encouraged to take up mini projects to supplement technical knowledge with practical experience. They also undertake projects benefiting local industries or dealing with local problems. These projects enable them to understand the relevance of working in a group and also to help them to realize the finer aspects and importance of teamwork. With all these inputs, one finds our students hardworking, practical oriented, and effective in any work environment. We have designed our syllabus to strike a balance between professional knowledge and performance. We are confident that our current curriculum has enabled overall development of budding engineers to come up to the expectations of corporate world. We have 27 faculty members in our department. The curriculum is taught by distinguished faculty members, combining academic experience and real-world experience with dedication and commitment. NIT-Agartala is one of the underrated NITs. Actually, it has got very good infrastructure and facilities, which is comparable to any other leading NIT. Moreover, it is a place, this is not related to the program, but I just want to mention that this is a place of Bollywood musician Sachin Deburman, Rahul Deburman, and also Olympiad Deepa Karmakar. Rabindranath Tagore visited here several times during his lifetime. I would request you to visit NIT-Agartala whenever you get an opportunity. Now, as Bipin sir has already told us that the number of participants are 250, that itself makes that the program will be a great success. With a brief introduction, I welcome you to be a part of a journey towards being accredited through NBA. Thank you. Namaskar. I think Dynamic Director, sir, who is a very good speaker. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our Chairman Academic Affairs and International Relations, Professor Prasoon Chakravarti, who is a joint coordinator in this program as well, to kindly say a few words to all the participants.
Very good morning. Professor Bipin, the coordinator, also a co-coordinator along with me about the program. Dr. Pritam Das, the HOD Mechanical. Our very beloved director and dynamic director, Professor H.K. Sharma. Other participants. And I forgot to mention Caudal Venkatji. I think in the meantime, he has already joined. So, Professor Bipin already told about this NBA and other matters, why it is important. Dr. Pritam told about this department as well as Tripura and all these things. But I do say that these sort of program, we are overwhelmed with this response all over India. And the 2% are still in this particular gathering, also in connections with the online meeting. Their brainchild is this. One is Professor H.K. Sharma, our director, and another one is Colonel V. Venkat. So matter goes like that. Once Colonel Venkat talked to him, he given the idea, and then the 4 program per year. It is going to the NITs of the Northeast, but we have not confined our reach only in the Northeast itself. The overwhelming response, and even yesterday night, Professor Bipin has been receiving phone call from Punjab, from Thiruvananthapuram, that kindly extend some more participants so that we can join. So that gives the tenacity of the participant, that shows us that what the content of the program, and as we circulate it, how it is befitting and how it is going to be showing the future on our educational system. Now, if we talk about our institutional relations, I do say that after joining of Professor Sharma, this has given a new dimension in our institute. He has given me the freedom to think, he did me to give into freedom to explore, and he has given me freedom to execute. And these sort of things when are there. We have done the couple of MOUs with the IITs, where we are sending some top-ranking students, and the participants will be surprised to hear some of them are becoming very topper in IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, and IIT Guwahati. They are doing their direct PhD program there itself. And we do have near about 17 number of ISRO projects running very well in our itself. And it's a matter of time when our technology will be going to the space of NIT-Agartala. The last green campus of near about 365 acre, we have a 5-hectare lake, and number of migratory bird is near about 500. So if you say comparing to anywhere in the Tripura, you will say that more number of migratory birds in a small like of lake. This everybody likes, even in the nature likes the NIT-Agartala. So as our the HOD told, please do sometime visit NIT-Agartala. We are heavy with the infrastructure and all these things. Now, if we talk about the NBA program as well as our, it is basically a program for the future. The program for the future means that I am talking about the 12 to 13 years back when the first, think of the essence of the NBA came in Delhi. Some of the master trainer, they trained us. Then we are thinking that what we'll do, what we'll get onto that one. But when we are piloting our manpower towards this the global arena, we have to maintain some standards. As Professor Bipin told, Oman, they are recognizing what are the program under NBA, that to be taken into account. As like as Dubai and all these things, they also send a similar type of the letter from the companies had, that what are the NBA accredited program in NIT-Agartala. So they will be putting an advantage to that. Now NBA, by means of inculcating with or say corroborating with the NEP, National Education Policy, is getting a newer dimension. That there is a challenges, there are some structural changes to become there is itself. And the NBA has to incorporate all these things into their program so that while going for a typical type of scrutiny or say visit, this sort of the problem will be coming to surface and all these things. But I do feel, as we have already faced these 2 visits last year, this particular time, under the able leadership of Professor Sharma, under the able leadership of Professor Sharma, and we have seen that if you are being very honest, if you are you have involvement and you have a tenacity to learn and execute into practice, you can pass this any hard NBA test on all these things. As because my the inviter, the co-coordinator of the program, Professor Bipin, say a few words. So definitely in the long run and all these things we'll discuss all on whenever the program ended. But I am telling you, my dear the participants, the relationship grows with NIT-Agartala from here itself, and I do feel that it will inculcate and also incorporate some of the things with the culture been born with joint collaborations. With this, I thank to my, the organizer where I am also one of it, to thank for giving me the opportunity. And side by side, I also invite our respected, very beloved and dynamic director, Professor H.K. Sharma, to start his, and then Colonel Venkatan. Oh, sorry, we got the interruptions. No, sorry. The Bipin will be taking care of these things. So sorry for the inconvenience. I apologize for that. And for the future of the program and the success of all these things, I conclude my speech there. Thank you. Jai Hind, Bande Mataram.
Professor Tripathi, you unmute.
Okay, Colonel Venkat from ACT New Delhi, who has always been helping NIT-Agartala with supporting such kind of program, has joined. I welcome him to the inaugural program, and I request him to guide us with few words about the program and the scheme. Colonel Venkat, sir, please. Colonel Venkat, can you hear me?
Very clear. Very good morning, Tripathi sir, Das sir, and the chairman of the NIT Arunachal. It's been an absolute honor, sir, that I am coming here and speaking on the platform. To start with, sir, let me be very, very upfront. Be thankful to Professor Chakravarti and Professor Tripathi sir for actually speaking, inviting me for this particular forum for a very, very topic which is so very pertinent on NBA accreditation and process. And quite obviously, sir, when a premier institution like an NIT-Agartala carries out this kind of an activity, very much it is something which grabs the headlines and attentions immediately. It's been an honor on part of AICT actually speaking to come into a kind of an MOU with NIT, which is the way these activities have been taken up by your institute, sir, speaks volumes at your side. Keeping the short time frame in which we actually speaking requested, keeping the pace at which we were expecting you when we decided to do it, sir, it was just thought, let us go ahead. But the way you people have done it, sir, I think it's absolutely commendable. Selection of topics, slotting it into next 2 months, earmarking of the resource persons, getting to the advertisements, getting all the participants, and then subsequently going about and now delivering also, sir. I think, sir, all this thing which has been done in such a short time only speaks about two things. One, wonderful administrative skills, management, quite obviously, sir, deserving from an institute of your caliber. And number two, sir, the way the topics selectively has been chosen, they're so very relevant that anybody who is attending, and in case if suppose I always say, sir, being an online, anybody who is little bit also careful in attending and listening and cautious to what the best people on the platform would be speaking, I think there is no doubt that AICT is another guideline by 2022-23. Every department needs to be NBA accredited. I don't think so that we should be anywhere off the mark. In case if these kind of activities keep happening, congratulations to everybody, and congratulations especially to all the management and staff. I thank sincerely for having been invited to speak, sir. Please let us know, sir, if anything else ever needs to be done from AICT, sir. We will always be at the forefront in letting you know, sir, if suppose anything is required towards overall improvement in quality of education, especially in Northeast, sir. Let us know if we can do anything else, because we keep looking for opportunities to come forward to help out. So if anything is there in their mind, even in respect of the participants, if you feel there is something, please do let us know. But first of all, we have gathered here today to inaugurate a very well-deserved faculty development program, which is part of an MOU. Compliments, congratulations once again, sir. And quite obviously, sir, the participants happen to be all across the length and breadth of the country. That is another very wonderful thing to see when we have these kind of platforms. Wishing you all the best, sir. And only one submission, sir, that I would be also learning this particular topic. I'm very keen on actually speaking, knowing more. So I would be logging on. I have got the full schedule, sir. I would be logging on in 2 topics wherein even we require a little bit of more knowledge on the subject, sir. The request if any co-coordinator or any person technical team, if you can send me the link on a daily basis, so that it's something which is a learning at AICT also, sir. Hearing from you is a learning for us. With this word, sir, and one last word to the participants. I don't think so you will ever get a platform of this nature wherein people of this caliber come so often and speak. Imagine if you would have been in face-to-face, hardly the nearby resource persons only are in a position to come. This is the platform wherein the best people are coming. Please pay proper attention. Make sure that you come out after 1 week much better person or a much enriched person from where you stand today. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, and wishing you all the best for this particular program and many more endeavors in future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel Venkat, for those kind words. Now, I would like to request our beloved director, respected Professor H.K. Sarma sir, who has always been a motivating and guiding force behind such activities. And he is not only the patron of this program, but patron of the institute, the main spirit behind the progress of the institute. I would like to request him to guide us about the program. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Good morning. Thank you, Professor Tripathi, Head of the Department, Mechanical Engineering Department, our Chairman IR&A, who takes everything else very positively and keeps working in the interest of the institute. All other faculty members, participants, and very, very importantly, to acknowledge our eminent speakers who have given time for us to deliver very, very valuable lectures to the participants. It's indeed a pleasure to me to be associated with all of you today on this virtual platform for this FDP, which is given to us by AICTE. So we like to acknowledge thanks to the AICTE who considered us that we can prove it worthy, and I'm very happy to tell that all our organizers are doing a wonderful job. This second, first also completed very, very nicely, and second, it has got a very, very overwhelming response. I'm pretty happy to listen that more than 250 participants are there in this particular program. When we talk about the Department of Mechanical Engineering, who has taken lead of it, it has got nearly in between 500 to 600 students, having 27 faculty members, having 5 programs of master degree. When we talk about master degree program, they have got one program, which is of course interdisciplinary, which is in collaboration with the NIT-Agartala, Mechanical Engineering, Material Science and Engineering. It has been started this year. So the fact is, and then of course PhD program. Then the very absolute fact is, so whatever things are given to this particular department, they take into consideration. Then I like to congratulate all the people. When you look at the strength of this particular department, then you can understand that number of institutions maybe envy of your department, because you are having even larger number of students than one of the number of institutions in our country. So wonderfully, basically you have been doing the job over here. And when I talk about the NBA accreditation, we all understand we have passed through this particular phase. And as very rightly said by our Professor Tripathi, and of course, Colonel Venkat from AICTE, we are fortunate that he's also there in this inaugural program, and we could listen also some of the things, from him. The fact that it is going to be mandatory, and why it should not be mandatory? It must be over there, because when we are going to, purchase any product, you see from the market, what we are looking at. We are looking at whether it has got the certification system or not. In a very simple approach, we look at it whether it is ISO certified or not. And when anything is to be consumed, whether it is to be hazard certified or ISO 22000 certified or not. So likewise, what exactly these things are? These certification system, these are also the accreditation process. So all our industries have been adopting a same law. And it has more or less mandatory for any organization to grow and to sustain into the market. So why not the institute? And therefore, very well pointed out by our Professor Tripathi, by the government of Oman, which had made it mandatory. So now it is the duty for all of us to make our all courses accredited. So this is the first and primary aspect, and whatever is needed, we all have to make effort. There are a number of problems, of course, but we have to overcome. There is no choice left with us. And you know that NBA, when we talk about, is an accreditation body for all of us, especially in engineering and management. So established in 1994 by IICT, and it has become autonomous in 2010. And when we look at since 2014, it has been a member of the Washington Accord. Now the fact is, when we talk about the tier level 1 accreditation, then these courses, whichever are accredited by NBA, they have got the equivalence with the certificate all around the world. So what kind of advantages you are going to have? Earlier, when we were looking at it, then it was there that your course is not having an equivalence to the other course, then you have to go in the similar course over there. Like even if you have completed your master course from here, it was there that you complete some of the courses over there, like these courses or sometimes master courses over there, and then only you can enter into the third PhD program. But from the NBA accreditation, and when you are a member of the Washington Accord, these rules are applicable to all, and this kind of equivalent system is going to be eliminated in the time to come. Moreover, I'm not going to have a details of it because eminent speakers are there. They are going to tell you what kind of processes are there. But I can tell you, NBA has simplified the process so that everybody can apply and everybody can look at it. And I'm sure the people are going to gain knowledge. But certain things I just like to tell you, there are numerous advantages. Like very first, NBA tells you the shortcomings. What are the shortcomings basically we have over here? And therefore, this is a chance and opportunity for us that we can improve upon. And that is very, very important that we should know about it. And another thing is a continuous improvement. NBA does not talk, or accreditation does not talk that just you do it and finish it out. No, it gives you an opportunity to continuously improve. And therefore, once you are having this particular practice in any of the institutions, then only you are going to grow. Otherwise, sustaining and growing is going to be very, very difficult. And now, very, very importantly is, once you are accredited, of course, your students can enter anywhere else. Then you can have wider opportunities and chances of having, interlinkages with the number of institutions and the university across the globe. So now the fact is, once you do it, there are numerous advantages. Besides that, very, very important is it creates a brand name for your institution that all your courses are accredited. So now the fact is every advantage is there out of this. Only certain efforts are to be made, and we have to keep track out of it. Our NIT-Agartala has to look at it, that how we are going to go. How we are going to go. Certain discrepancies. Can I request to the people to
Participants,
mute their
kindly
mic?
mute your voice. Participants are requested to kindly mute their microphone. Sir, please.
And then, so lot many advantages you find across it. And the fact is, it takes you to the path of finally the innovation and validate your efforts towards that. So numerous advantages you are going to, acquire out of it. And we also have to look at it that we have to ensure that all our courses under the tier 1 module are to be accredited. And we are going to take it very, very positively. And I personally feel that 2021, we look forward that it gives us, an edge, and we are able to look at remaining courses which are not accredited over here. And I hope that while the course is drafted, a very, very good topic, as already has been pointed out, and master trainers are there. I like to acknowledge their, the consent that they have taken time basically for us. I'm going to give the hint to number of participants, and therefore it's a pleasure to be associated with all of you, and with the hope that this course is going to be a grand success, and of course will contribute, very, very important aspects to the participants who are connected in this particular course. And again, I like to thank the organizing team who has taken this particular course to organize at NIT-Agartala. And of course, a special thanks to the AICT. And of course, like to thank to invite me in this inaugural program and to share a few words from my side. With all these words, I wish a grand success for this program. Thank you all very much. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir, for those guiding kind words. Now, as a formality to conclude this program, I would like to present a vote of thanks. I would like to thank our respected director, Professor H.K. Sarma, sir, who spared some time from his very busy routine in the early morning to guide us in the program. Special thanks are due to Colonel Venkat, who could spare some time out of his busy schedule to brief us on the program and about AICT schemes. My thanks are due to my head of the department, Professor Pritam Das, as well, who has given us, he has enlightened us about the departmental activities and the importance of the program. And my thanks are due to all those who are my colleague, Professor Prasoon is also a joint coordinator, so I don't know whether I should thank him or he should thank me, but definitely thanks are due to all those who are directly involved in supporting us and making this program successful. So I thank all of you. And now this inaugural session we conclude after 5 minutes break. We will start our first session. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So let me welcome Professor Ranganath, who is the first speaker in the program, and he is a master trainer of NBA as well, who trains evaluators. So participants will get directly knowledge from the trainers who are training evaluators actually. So Professor Ranganath has done his master's and PhD from IIT Delhi. He has a long experience of working with engineering institutions. He is presently associated with BMS College of Engineering, which carries a very high repute as far as NBA accreditation process is concerned. And Professor Ranganath has held all the administrative positions in the institutions like HOD, Dean, and Principal at some institute. And he is associated with NBA evaluation work since long time. And as I told, he is a master trainer of who trains evaluators. So definitely his speech would be it will be the most valuable speech of the program, and participants will be benefited by that. Sir, kindly go ahead.
Thank you, Professor, for that kind introduction. Now, let me switch over to my PPT. I need to share it. Screen. Can you see the screen, sir? Introduction to OBE?
Waiting to see, not till now.
Start, maybe. So maybe the
now it appears.
internet problem probably. Okay.
Okay. Now it appears.
Because when I'm in a presentation mode, is this is okay?
Full screen, sir, will you please do?
Yeah, okay. If I do full screen, what happens is I see only full screen. Somebody needs to confirm me once in a while. I ask, am I audible and can you hear me? Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That will do.
So, yeah, that somebody, if they do. Now I'm moving to full screen. Okay. Is that fine? I just did that. I'm waiting for your confirmation.
It takes some time to receive the signal.
I think we are too far away, down south and northeast.
Yeah, that's true.
Can you see that now?
This not now. It's again. in the same mode still.
Really?
कुछ हमको करना पड़ता है।
You're not seeing the screen?
Like the earlier one, not the full screen.
Oh, really? So you're still there. So it is not taking the this one. Okay. Just hold on, sir.
Sir, just one suggestion. Hello.
Yes, you can give.
Screen right bottom, there are 2-3 symbols. Probably when we have to click there, just please check.
Sir, what I will do is I can increase this a bit and probably move ahead. Okay?
Okay, no problem.
Yes,
It's
sir.
visible actually.
Yeah.
So there is no problem as such.
Yes. Okay. Right. Thank you very much for inviting Professor. It's nice to interact with the faculty members who would like to learn OBE. Now, in the next about 60 to 70 minutes, we will look at the key components of OBE and how, in terms of what are the expectations, what are the key things which people have to learn and probably practice, and hence be ready for possible accreditation. Once we practice outcome-based education, accreditation becomes obvious and should not be any reason. That's a reason. So which are the things which we have learned hard way? Probably I will share it. There is no means these are the kind of benchmarks. These are only beginning, and people can always innovate and improve on these particular aspects. Before we move on, we recognize that most of the last 2 decades, we have been in a kind of a passive learning mode. Teacher is highly active, and hence he becomes more and more knowledgeable in a particular subject. Somehow, because of the university system, probably rote learning has been encouraged here, memorization, most of the type of evaluation which have been involved. And more and more importance has been given for examination more than learning component of the student. Creativity, etc., has taken a backseat, probably also because of the huge number. Now, passive learning is something which is a traditional instructional style that involves teachers lecturing and student taking predominantly notes and trying to reproduce it. I'm not telling that something is wrong here. Many of us have come from this particular system, but there is time to move on and catch up with the rest of the world. What was rest of the world was doing is moved on to what is known as active learning. The student became the focus. It does not mean how intelligent or a brilliant a teacher is. In fact, we have seen some brilliant teachers in our careers, and we have been trying to role model them in many ways. But it is not important. It is what students know becomes very important, and hence a continuous assessment becomes a necessity. And accordingly, India has moved on and brought in about 50% of continuous internal assessment and so on. And then there has to be some kind of a meaningful, applicable knowledge and skills which they will use it for problem solving. So active learning became a kind of a practice which rest of the world followed, and we need to catch up with that particular type of style, basically. Okay, I'm sure some of them have been doing it right from the beginning, but probably it has to be done in a full scale at the program level. It's not sufficient 1 or 2 brilliant motivated teachers do. It has to be a part of the system. We also recognize now that the educational technology and educational research gives us quite a bit of information on the learning pattern of the students. There are passive methods are not likely to lead very good results, but participatory teaching methods are likely to improve the learning, etc. And in fact, the Benjamin Franklin do tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. So this becomes very important, and this is where we teachers have to make some amendments in our teaching method. We are doing anything wrong. We have been doing excellent in India for the last couple of decades. As far as education is concerned, knowledge particularly we are on top of the world. In fact, somewhere skills and attitudes have to be blended in that particular part. This is where the outcome-based education comes into picture. Now, what is this outcome-based education? Now, this is actually a process that involves the restructuring of curriculum. If you do not have a good curriculum, many a times curriculum could be good, okay? Assessment, how do we assess them? Not necessarily only from the point of examination, but from learning point of view. So how do we assess them and how do we report becomes a part of the process. Overall, it should be aimed at higher order learning and mastery for the student in order to solve real-time problems rather than accumulation of course credits. Tucker 2004 has said this. So that becomes the basis for outcome-based education. Now, globalization has brought in a clear shift. We need to align with the rest of the world. Learning fundamentals and competencies become very important for our students to become global engineers. So we need to prepare them. And hence India also embarked in this journey of joining the elite group in the Washington Accord. Now, most of you know what is Washington Accord. It is basically a agreement between, now started with few countries only, now more than about 20 countries are partners, including UK, US, Singapore, Australia, Ireland, and so on and so forth. Wherein any student studying in this common framework of education will become significantly equivalent, which means they can actually go and work there, they can actually transfer their credits and becomes a kind of a mobility, they gain kind of a mobility which is acceptable worldwide. And that is becoming more and more mandatory as we are seeing many frenetic calls from Kuwait and few other Middle East that whether your graduates are accredited or not. Otherwise, we cannot put them in the job. Even for the old people, they have started asking. And hence it becomes for India to move ahead and join hands with the other global institutions. And hence, outcome-based education becomes important. Now, how do we ascertain that outcome-based education is done? So accreditation is one of the way wherein quality assurance is done. There will be national agencies. In India, it is National Board for Accreditation, and in other countries, there are many such agencies which are responsible for this. Now, they have to tell you how do we measure your outcome-based education practices. There are quite a few criteria which have been identified. Some of them have been listed for you, and we will be going through them in order to ascertain them. It is important that any accreditation agency comes to your program, will tell them which are the parameters they will be looking at to ascertain your competency of your students' competency or program competency. Some of them are very important, which are, let us say, that you need to have some kind of a statements, what kind of outcomes, what kind of curriculum, how students are performing, how faculty are contributing, what kind of facilities, and then of course supporting at the institutional level. These are the broad criteria wherein you will be evaluated when somebody comes and accredited. Now, coming back to outcome-based education, this is the stepwise. Outcome-based education is predominantly what students should be able to do. Now, how do we make it? You need to have a top-down design. Hence, you need a curriculum, a good, solid curriculum, which will help you to encompass all that requirement, and hence curriculum becomes important. Now, once the curriculum in place, unless you deliver it in a proper way and assess the learning of the students in a proper way, the exercise is not going to be complete. Hence, outcome-based learning and teaching becomes an important component, and that actually is something which we will be discussing more. And then, of course, assessment are the part of any of those learning, and they will have a significant role to play. Now, we look at a framework broadly, wherein the vision and mission are important for an institution to say why do they exist. And there will be many programs. National Board for Accreditation India accreditates programs, and hence each program will have a some kind of a statements which will follow later. But the departments will actually offer many programs, so they need to also have a vision and mission. Why do they exist, and etc. Then comes the program educational objectives, PEO. These are the only objectives which is defined here. Now these are the key components in my presentation. These are the promises which the programs make to the students. Okay, these are the promises which students make to the students after 3 to 5 years of their graduation, what they are likely to do, and hence they have to be written carefully. Then comes the targets, which are called program outcomes, which are aligned to graduate attributes. Okay, just to follow line with international practices. Now these you need not have to define. The National Board for Accreditation has defined in India. We simply take them as a reference points and try to attain them in the 4-year course with some 30-40 core courses, projects, and so on and so forth. Very important for you to understand what are the program outcomes. And then you have about 30-40 courses to teach in the 4 years, and hence a teacher will be teaching the courses. That course model is unlikely to change as of now, and hence you need to have some kind of an outcomes for every course, particularly the core courses and projects, seminars, and other type of activities, which will actually target your PO. And these COs have to be measurable. Okay, based on their measurement, we'll see whether POs have been attained or not. So this is how these becomes very, very crucial, how to write them, how to measure them. Of course, you will be teaching and you will be doing many activities which is routine, and we are well versed with that. And how do we align them for this particular exercise becomes the important thing in your practice. Then comes the assessment of each courses which you teach. Obviously, you would like to know how you have done at the end of the semester or at the end of the year at program level, and occasionally at the institute level, how other programs have done. If there's some improvements are there, good things are there, we are going to collect them and then introduce them back for any improvement in the statements we make in terms of vision, mission, PO. We don't touch POs because they are predefined, and further improvement of COs. So this is how the framework, the loop continues. While we do define all of them, the external stakeholders becomes important. So their input, particularly your alumni or industry professionals or parents for that matter, becomes important, and advisors, etc. So their importance, etc. is very important. So this is a broad OBE framework within which the institutes needs to work. Okay, and in order to work this system, make this system, the conventional head of the department and few other colleagues to support you to do regular administration may not help you, and hence you need a separate administrative system for implementation of OB in your program. Now how do we do this? We choose a program coordinator, could be on rotation for second cycle and third cycle, but this person has to be an affable, not necessarily seniors. Seniors may carry some kind of a weight, but if they are good, fine. Otherwise, a good affable person is good enough to be a coordinator. All the teachers who teach a particular course will become a course coordinator, and then a group of such courses. For example, in mechanical engineering, somebody teaches thermal. At least 4 to 5 courses in thermal stream people will be teaching. So one senior person could be a model coordinator who can coordinate for that particular group. So all these model coordinator, program coordinator, and the head of the department will become an assessment committee at the department level, which look at the end of the semester. And of course, there has to be an advisory body, because this becomes internal. You need to bring in some people outside for you to be, advised at time, because it's always good to expose yourself for external advisor, because that itself will tell you many things about your, conscious for quality. Of course, at the institute level, you will have an IQC, assurance cell, quality assurance cell, which will broadly look at the good practices and try to implement across all the this thing. So this is something which sets up the further discussion of the various key components for outcome-based education. Can you hear me, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Sorry?
Sir, but your screen is not
Lights are not
visible, sir.
visible.
Screen is not visible?
No.
Now I am in a slide vision and mission statements. It is not visible.
Sir, please
Not
refresh
visible,
it,
sir.
Introduction slide is visible.
Please refresh it, sir.
Okay, what I do is I will stop sharing and probably share again. Something is wrong. Can you see the screen?
Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see.
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You have been all this time only in this screen?
One first screen only, sir. Yeah, this one.
Why did you not speak? Okay, you can see the screen? Passive
Yeah.
learning?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can see. We can see. Yes.
Yes, yes. Mike.
Okay, okay. I wish you would have said, sir, your slides are not moving. Okay, so this is what I spoke about passive learning, a quick recap, okay? This is what I talked about active learning, wherein students will become the focus of your, teaching. This is what the educational research tells you. Passive methods do not yield much of a results in terms of learning pyramid, but participatory teaching methods will have a good way of, learning method. So can you see this skinny learning pyramid?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now this is the slide on outcome-based education. Takar and others told global education, but this one was the accreditation criteria, which I talked about 10 criteria, which NBA will actually look at it. Most importantly, this slide I wanted to show you back again. So can you see this slide, outcome-based for outcome accreditation?
Sir.
Yeah, outcome-based education, outcome-based curriculum. So what students will be able to do, it becomes important. You need a good curriculum, and what you do is teaching learning process, and you need to have a good assessment strategies for that. And then I spent significant time in this particular slide, which is called OBE framework. OBE framework. This is vision, mission, and POs. POs are the targets. Course outcomes is something we define. POs you define. Mission and vision also you define. Program outcomes are given by NBA, National Board for Accreditation, and hence you don't bother. This is something which you actually do on the in your particular courses. You teach, you evaluate, you do some activities. Assessments of the course outcome and program outcomes are done at the end of the semester and at the end of the year. Okay, so can you see this screen also? Administrative system for implementation. Hello, can you see
Yes,
this
sir.
screen?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so
Yes,
this
sir.
is what-
It is
this is what-
visible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So this is what, please, when you see, notice that the slides are not moving, please do indicate. Okay. So this is what I talked about, the importance of program coordinator, model coordinator, course outcomes, and how the advisory board do help. Okay. With this, we will move on to the key components. The first thing which every program has to do is define vision statement. Now, NBA has told that these are the statements have to be written in a simple language and have to be communicative. And this vision is a dream where an institute would like to go or a department would like to go. Mission are the actionable statements which actually you do in a couple of years. At least the gist of it you will do. So how to formulate? It has to be a bottoms-up approach. You involve many stakeholders, discuss, brainstorm, identify the gap, and then depending upon where you are located, etc., you need to bring in some kind of a statements. Please do not copy the premier institution vision mission. They are not going to help you. You have to be very modest and practical in this kind of a vision. It's not necessary that everybody has to do the same thing. in your own way, wherever you are located. If you are meeting that requirement, you are a fantastic institution. Absolutely no questions asked as far as outcome-based education is concerned. So in order to achieve that vision, what you do becomes important, and hence this kind of a statements are required. Now vision is a futuristic statement, and mission is a, how do you appear? If somebody writes like that, let us say, to emerge one of the finest institution in the field of technical education, effective, etc., sustained monitoring. Now, futuristic statement, one should not get a action words like this, action verbs like that. Actually, here mission is defined like a vision, and vision is defined like a mission. And hence, you need to be careful. Evaluators, when they see that kind of a statements, probably may not be able to give you the marks, but nobody will tell you your vision is wrong or something. So if you still have this kind of a statements in your vision, which are some great people have defined, doesn't matter, but now you need to set it right. If you want to do that, this is what you have to do it. The corrected vision mission can be like that without affecting the core of that statement. You can modify something like this. I have done it. And then mission has to be an action verb, accomplish, stimulating environment for students through quality teaching, learning, etc. So what you do in order to achieve this vision becomes the mission statement. These are actionable verbs. These are simply where you want to go. Simple as that. So that is about institute. And then department vision mission can be straightforward, aligned with the institute vision mission. Take the same thread, similar thread, then use similar verbs also, and create for your respective departments, for be it civil engineering or be it mechanical engineering and so on. So make sure that there are no action verbs in vision and there are no futuristic statement in mission. Okay, so this is what something which you need to arrive at and make amendment. I'm sure most programs now have already, most department and institute have already vision stated. If not, some quick corrections probably will help you to prepare yourself. Moving on, program educational objectives, the next thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Program educational objectives are very important. Now, many people do not understand them. This is simple. These are the statements, again, only objective. This is the only place where outcome-based education objective is used. Now, these are the promises a program makes to the stakeholders, be it parents, be it students themselves or the employers, that once they graduate from the portal of your program after 2 to 3 years or maybe 3 to 4 years, few years is the definition, what they are likely to do, you must promise now. They may get a job, they may continue higher education, they will be an excellent engineer, committed engineer, environmental engineer. This is something you will do, observing your students, what they will do, conduct a quick survey of what your students are doing after 3 to 4 years of graduation. You have a fair idea. Probably you would like to make that more promising. Make all that, discuss, define, and make these statements. So process of PEO will be very simple. The feedback, you have to collect it, you have to know what they are doing, and then create kind of a statements and review and make some kind of a mid corrections. General statements could be something like that. After 3 to 4 years of graduation, student will be able to compete in a global platform for pursuing professional career in electrical engineering, let us say, for the department. For electronics, it will be electronics engineering. So like that, one thing, you promise some job. Second one, you promise higher education. Obviously, most of your students will be pursuing higher education. And then, of course, they should be good engineers, obviously, responding to the society, demonstrating a good professional behavior, working in diverse team. Something like this. So you need to look at these kind of attributes. So 3 to 4 are generally good enough for this kind of statements. Don't make it 5, 6, etc. It becomes difficult for you to manage. and hence write them in a way wherein you kind of promise these action verbs. Student after 3 to 4 years will practice civil engineering or so, will pursue higher education, will exhibit leadership quality after 3 to 4 years. It is not what you do, what you prepare as a department or as a teacher. It is what they are likely to do after 3 to 4 years becomes an important consideration for you to define this statement. So you need to write them, discuss, and probably subject this to the advisory committee. So a kind of a statement, how you do, etc. When evaluators come, will ask you. So a thorough document of this, what you have done, why you have done, etc. Will help you to defend your statements. Okay. So moving on, we have reached to another important components called program outcomes. Now these are the statements or attitudes, skills. These are actually the target based on the graduate attributes of Washington Accord. NBA has more or less used similar wordings and framed them, the about 12 program outcomes. Now defining them is a starting point, and NBA has done this for us, so you don't have to do anything about this. So simply follow what it is. Now, most of you know about these program outcomes. I may not spend enough time on this, but what I would like to do is you must study them very carefully, every word of it. Each word becomes very important. Please look at apply the knowledge of mathematics. It starts with application only. No remember, no understanding. Identify, formulate, analyze, design, conduct experiments in complex and in open-ended kind of an experiments. Design experiments on your own, not prescriptive type. Use modern tools to solve complex engineering problem. Engineer and society, you have to respond to the engineer and society, whatever innovation you do. Environment and sustainability has to be there, and hence it must be very carefully taken care. Ethics is another part which without a professional ethics, teacher need not be, students will not do anything further. Gone those were the days of Saram Visvesvaraya, where individual engineers were greeted, but now group activities become very, very important, and hence you need to be training them for individual and as well as teamwork. Without a good communication, no engineer is respected. He may be a brilliant, but unless he communicates properly, it will not be effective, and hence you need to train them in many ways and ascertain their learning. Eventually most of them will become kind of a leaders in couple of years, most engineers 4 to 5, and hence a knowledge of project management and handling finance becomes very important, and hence is another important attribute which has been included under graduate attributes. Last but not the least, independent learning or lifelong learning is very important. What we teach knowledge today may become irrelevant in the 30-40 years of their professional lives. They need to continue learning the new frontiers and move on, and hence how do you train them in order to learn on their own is also becomes an important attribute. So hence first 1 to 5 becomes a kind of knowledge based, which we are doing very well in India with whatever our traditional teaching methods, you may say so. But the remaining part, combined with that kind of a knowledge, are really going to make them the global engineers, and hence these program outcomes become very, very important targets for you to align in your program. In addition, National Board for Accreditation also looks at some programs which are doing excellent work, and in fact have got something offered to more specific to their program. They can write about 2 to 3. For example, for a civil engineering, a student will be able to design building structural system. That is at the end of the program. Will be able to provide solutions to water supply and sewage. Now, designing buildings is particularly taken only in civil engineering, and then water supply, sewage only in civil engineering, and hence no other program is offering. It becomes specific outcome to civil engineering. Similarly, you should look at it electrical engineering, chemical, mechanical, and so on and so forth. So 1 or 2, about 2 should be sufficient. Some people write 3, that's all right. Now, What are these program specific outcomes? They have to be beyond program outcomes. They are not the same. They have to be beyond. Specific to the particular program only. About 2 to 4 in number, 2 would be ideal. Must have a process to arriving at them, because evaluators may ask you how did you arrive at them. So they have to be realistic. Okay. The same curriculum, program curriculum, should be able to attain this also. So one more example of electrical engineering is provided for your reference. So something like that you can always write. So something with transmission distribution of power systems is connected with only electrical engineering, and hence becomes a program specific outcome. Okay. Now, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Good. Now, okay, thank you. If I'm audible. Now, I need all your attention for next 10 minutes, because this is where very critical things are likely to happen in your accreditation process, and hence I request your attention. Why NBA POs are what they are? Because Washington Accord attributes have been directly aligned, and hence they become a good target for all of us to look at it. Out of them, 1 to 5 become very important when the evaluators come, or likely to look at very deliberately. This is where the core of learning in any program happens. You are likely to give them that skill of application, analysis, identifying research literature. Design is very important for any engineers, okay, be it component design or a process or a system design. And when they go out, nothing is prescriptive type of experiments which we teach in our laboratory. They have to be investigative type, and hence you have to create opportunities for them to conduct investigation on their own and design their own experiments. Then, of course, to solve the modern problems, probably they need some kind of a tools, modern tools. Introduction to them is a good way of looking at it. Now, make a note that all 1 to 5, one or the other form solving complex engineering problem or activities is something which has come. Now, this is something which we have promised to the rest of the world, that look, our students will be doing this. In the teaching learning process, we are going to train them for this. So keep that in mind and do it. Now, complex engineering problem in engineering, in International Engineering Alliance definition, you will find it, or even Google, you will do it. Very elaborate 2-page kind of an problem solving and activity, you do get it. But what has been simplified and committed to Washington Accord by National Board for Accreditation is simple. These are not the kind of problems which are generally encountered at the end of the textbook. You may sometimes find a very difficult problem to solve at the end of the textbook, but that is only to strengthen your knowledge or conceptual comprehension of that particular principles, but that does not qualify as a complex engineering problem. What are they? They are actually not completely framed real-time open-ended problem, wherein when students take up to solve them, they will have to have few choices for them to solve. So that is actually a reality. Obviously, when you are a teacher now, you go for a consultancy, no problem is already framed for you. You have to go look at the problem and try to comprehend your knowledge, and try to look at a couple of solutions which are possible, and then try to give them a consultancy solution. So similar type of things, something which is there, that qualifies as a complex engineering, and it's possible to create some things like that in your own courses, and hence you need to look at them. So they can solve it by any of the knowledge which you give them through first-year courses, second-year courses, or something which they have already learned through constructive alignment. So this is very important. Please remember, complex engineering problem, when evaluators come, keep looking your efforts in training your students to solve complex engineering problem. Henceforth, any accreditation which happens in this country, take it from me. Now, the important key components, the last one is the course outcome. This is where most teachers find wanting in the beginning. So this is where they have to spend little time. Now, these are simply about 5 to 6 you can define for a course. To maximize that course, you can define only 1 or 2 if that course is like that. Nothing wrong in it, but generally about 4 to 5 or about 6 is optimal. you can do it. Don't go too many course outcomes. Now they have to be written in a measurable way. They have to be measured, obviously, and they have to have some PO in target. Otherwise, those course outcome will become a waste. Now, when we ask teachers to write a course outcome, let us say something like this comes. This is one of my colleague wrote. He's from Indian Institute of Science, Physics, fresh out of the Indian Institute of Science, and of course, premier institution do not teach you how to write a course outcome. They will teach you how to do a state-of-the-art research, publish, and probably do other type of training like how to write a proposal, get money, funding. So when he simply took the syllabus and say understand, 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 because that's what we generally talk. Now, only writing like that does not form a good way of writing the course outcome. Even if you follow a taxonomy to organize your thought process, that does not qualify, because most of it will become somewhere here only. Now, remember and understanding is something which is only recalling information and explaining if you understood. But what program outcomes expect you to do is only after this apply, analyze, and evaluating. And hence all of your course outcomes must be aiming at either some application or analysis or evaluating generally. If you do that, then only you can map it to your POs. You can ask a question, you can frame a course outcome, but nothing wrong about it, but you cannot measure it. That's a problem. And one more point I would like to make it here. No, see, National Board Accreditation does not prescribe any taxonomies, be it Bloom's or Solo or Kinney. We left it open. Anybody can follow any of those taxonomies which they are comfortable, okay? Because that can actually help a thought process. Bloom seems to be the most popular. Now, if you align them, let us say, for the purpose of comparing, look, the application of knowledge, which is your PO1, PO2, starts only in Bloom's level, only 3, K3, K4, K5. So 1 and 2, there are no program outcomes. So mapping, COPO mapping is something tricky here, and you should make a note of that, okay? Can you hear me? Hello, am I audible? Can you hear me?
One request.
You're audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One request.
Someone has a request.
Can you again please highlight on this course outcome, please?
There is many more things coming on course outcome. It is just a beginning. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. You will get everything what you would like to know, and we can have a good interactive session. Okay, but now at this point of time, my concern is my slides visible to you and I am audible?
Yes, sir, they are visible.
Yes, okay, we'll move on now. Now, there are many ways of writing course outcome for a teacher. Of course, you might have been introduced in some way or the other, but I would look at like what an evaluator will look at it, because all type of course outcomes, the ways and writing, if you look at internationally also, are permitted. But in any course outcome, there has to be two components important. One is the action word, that identifies the performance to be demonstrated, which means what you would like to measure. As a teacher, you should be very clear. You have taken up a topic, let us say thermodynamics. You have taught it, 60 students have learned about it, you are very happy about it. But then how do you know that they have really learned and what they have learned is correct? So you would like to measure them. How do you measure? Obviously in a test or some kind of a assignment or something, some of the assessment method you will devise as you desire, basically. But when you ask a question, so what you would like to measure? So an action word becomes absolutely necessary. So you need to spend some time. What kind of action words you would like to ask? Some of them I have given example here. You can use any one of them. Okay. So that being the first. The second one becomes the learning part. Which part of learning? You might have taught many things in thermodynamics, but you need to decide what is that learning component which you would like to measure, which all your student must know and properly know, does not make any mistake, even if it is fundamental, basically, which they are likely to use to continue the subsequent courses or to apply in the real field, and hence that knowledge becomes very important. So this is where teachers have to be selective. Not all that what we teach can be measured. There is no time for that, obviously. So you as a teacher will put some filter and pick up some of those things. Without this, he will not be a good mechanical engineer. Without this, he will not be a good civil engineer, let us say. Pick up those learning statements and form a kind of a statements. Now, how can we make one typical example for first year courses I have taken, which is called strength of material. Now you know that most students study the stress strain analysis of bending moment and shear force, calculation of compression, and they also conduct many experiments as a part of the experiment and all that. Okay, so they will be using many of those fundamental laws, law, Macaulay's law, something like that. Somebody has to mute their speaker. There is a crosstalk. Okay, so student at the end of the course in this will be able to apply laws of physics. Now these laws of physics could be generic, because in every other chapter there could be one or the other laws of physics. Could be Hooke's law, it could be Saint-Vinet's principle, or could be some kind of a mechanism law, etc. To what? To compute different types of responses. Now responses, I simply call it as stress and deformation in this particular topic. It could be something else for an electrical engineer or a mechanical engineer or something else in the given materials, for example. So materials could also be different, steel, etc. So this particular course outcome which I have written here is generic. It can be used, CO1 can be used for unit 1, CO1 can be used for unit 3 or maybe unit 5. Whenever you think that people should know that particular laws of physics, they may have to apply to compute some response, CO1 can be operated. So this is how a generic type of thing can be done. Since it is an application skill, action verb is apply. Learning statement is stress and deformation. Okay, so it is targeted to PO1, which means when I have started writing this particular course outcome, I have kept PO1 as at the back of my mind, and accordingly I have tailored this particular course outcome. Moving on, it is not sufficient in this particular course to only apply skill. You can have one or two other apply skills also if you want in your course. But then if analysis also students are doing in that particular course you are teaching them, then you say student at the end of the course will be able to analyze what? Structural elements for what? Different force systems. Okay, so these design parameters are bending moment and shear force. Now this analysis is basically PO2. So ideally suited for PO2. Okay, similarly for design courses will give you this kind of a particular statement. Suppose if the same type of course is also has an experimental component or corresponding laboratory course, I would say, you can actually combine them and ask students to say, define a course outcome. Student at the end of the course will be able to conduct experiments to validate physical behavior of material. This is where we write stress strain, torsion test, shear test, Sharpie and ISO test, impact test, so on and so forth. They're all physical behaviors. So it could be for wood, it could be for steel, it could be for aluminum, and so on and so forth. Since they conduct experiments on their own, write a report, etc., it becomes prepare a laboratory reports for interpretation. So which is actually PO10. Conduction is PO4, preparation is PO10. So I have targeted about PO1, 2, 3, 4, about maximum about 5 in about 5 course outcome. This is one way of looking at it. Couple of them for your apply, analyze, and couple of them like prepare, etc., for PO6, PO7, PO8, something like that. You can always prepare. So this is one way of writing a course outcome, and probably for somebody else who is other than civil engineer, mechanical or chemical engineer in the previous example, probably those for engineering people will understand, but somebody else can also look at something like this in a similar way. Student at the end of the course will be able to identify signal system, apply concept of impulse, perform spectral analysis, analyze, describe. Obviously apply is PO1, this also is PO1, perform, etc., is PO2, analyze is PO2. So PO1 and PO2 have been targeted in this particular example. So this is how course outcomes have to be written, and this is very important step in a outcome-based education. All teachers must take good time to master this writing this very carefully. You can look at many examples which are how others have written, but my appeal to you is, since you are the boss, you are teaching that particular course, close your eyes and then start looking at what you would like to measure. So pick up that action verb and which part of knowledge you would like to measure. Pick up that learning statement and complete the statement. Is something very simple in a thumb rule which I can tell you. So many teacher will people other try to tell you how to write through Bloom's taxonomy, this, that. But as an evaluator, when we come, we only look at this. That's why I thought this is the best way to learn also. We say whether there is an action verb, what is the teacher measuring, and which learning statement he is measuring. And has he answering a particular question, or has he mapping it to a particular outcome, is what we see. So can you hear me? Now somebody had a question. Now he can ask a question if he wants, or we can have the question and answer at the end. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir. Okay. So are you seeing this slide, COPO relationship?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So once we write the course outcome, the next important part which most people miss out is the COPO relation, for which PO it has been mapped. This is where we also find many teachers wanting when we go at summer places. While we do that, NBA expects you to kind of correlate it with a possible strength of mapping. Now this strength of mapping is basically 3 to 1, and this strength of mapping is 3 to 1, and this has to be based on the type of evidences you collect. More you have evidences, let us say you are testing the application part of your CO through test, through assignment, etc. You have got enough evidences, then it is 3. You don't have something but only few of them, 2. If you have only written and probably 1 or 2 circumstantial evidence, it is 1. So this is how strength of evidence becomes important thing for you to do 3 to 1. Some people say how many hours you teach and etc. But teaching has no meaning in outcome-based education. It is the learning part which becomes important, and hence I talk about evidences. So 3 to 1, that's how we give. But unfortunately, when we go, this is what I get in one of these course outcomes. This teacher has written about 6 outcomes because NBA wants 6 outcomes, and he has also mapped it. Now statements are fine. He has written understand, used only apply for all apply skills. All in this course is used only for apply skills. Maybe it is suited, I have no problem. But then he has mapped it to all the POs now. Now this teacher must be a superhuman being in my view. How does he collect evidences for all these particular metrics? Impossible to do it in 3 to 4 months. So this is something will tell the evaluator very clearly that this teacher needs to understand outcome-based education and probably become smart enough to state what he would like to measure and relate it to which PO. So this is something which should not be done. So bad example, let us say. Now some improvements are there in some of the other example. Teachers have written a very nice course outcome, apply the fundamental concept to binary logic. I'm very happy about it. But when we go to PO mapping, apply is only PO1 skill. But where does the design comes here? If it is only apply is what the student at the end of the course will be able to apply the fundamental. Where is the question of design? So this also you should look at it very carefully. So don't blindly keep on ticking this just because you feel. It is not about feel, it is what you measure, where you will relate it, and whether you are asking relevant questions become very important. I'm going to take up that particular example a little later. Okay, so this COPO mapping is very important. This is what NBA looks at about 6 courses in your self-assessment report. And also NBA would also ask you to do this for most courses, about 20-30 core courses. all the courses have to be listed, and whichever program outcome you have mapped, you need to do. NBA evaluator would like to look whether all the 12 outcomes have been covered here. So for that purpose, this COPO mapping becomes necessary. At program level, you will do well once the statements have been written and they have been mapped, to put it in a chart like that and verify whether all the program outcomes have been taken care. At least for every PO, you need to have 1 or 2 courses, minimum at least 2 courses have to be representative. Otherwise, you are not likely to give that skill to the student. If there are no such representation are there, then you start looking at the deficiencies. Then you start introducing value-added courses or any other thing which you would like to do, because your curriculum has not given you that kind of a freedom. This exercise is very important. It is called COPO articulation matrix, and it has to be looked holistically. One is a teacher will do for his course, and then at the department level, you need to combine them and look at holistically for course program COPO, course outcome, program outcome, articulation matrix. So this is another important thing which you need to look at outcome-based education. Now for teachers, there are many tools to measure. Assessment is one of the important things which I told you. So direct tools and indirect tools are something which are acceptable. Direct tools are the direct tests you do, assignments, seminars, industrial training, projects. You can use those tools to measure any one of those POs appropriately. Obviously, tests can be used for 1, 2, 3, 4. Tests cannot be due for communication and or it could be ethics, etc. So you need to look at it very carefully. Which tool you do it for which program outcome is one thing which you would like to do. Of course, indirect tools are surveys. You prepare a questionnaire, ask your students for the course, ask the students when they exit the program, did you solved application knowledge, did you get it, analysis you get it, etc. You can also ask your faculty whether they are implementing or doing some activities. They could be honest in telling them. Alumni are also a good way of doing it. In some ways, some program statistical extracurricular activities, something you have done and collected information can also be used. So these are some assessment tools becomes very important in practicing outcome-based education. Okay. So moving on, one more last one, but thing I would like to do it before we actually measure them is the alignment of the assessment for the COs. Now I talked about COPO mapping, which is very important, writing course outcome and then mapping. Now once you do that, you will have the opportunity for you to measure either in your test 1 or test 2 or assignments and things like that. But how do we align them becomes very important. This is something which evaluators also look at it very carefully. I take an example because I am a civil engineer, a simple exam called mixed proportioning of concrete, wherein your cement, water, cement, coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, which is basically sand, are mixed in a judicious way to get something out of the concrete. It is like preparing a dal or a sambar, wherein I give the same ingredients to the different people, ask them to do it properly. They will not be able to make it, let us say. Kind of optimization. Now, to introduce complexities in this particular thing, I do it for different type of concretes, hot weather, underwater, mass concreting, IRLE. You can bring in different type of variance, complexity to that. It is just designing about particular strength of concrete, let us say. Now, there are a couple of scenarios here. Okay, this is very similar to many of your other programs where optimization, you will have 2-3 parameters to be blended and you can get the maximum out of it. So optimization is more or less it's taught in every program, and hence I have taken this example. Very simple to understand, but suppose situation 1, a teacher has got an option of defining a course outcome after he taught this particular topic, which is very important. Please understand that mixed proportioning, all civil engineering students have to learn. Without that, they cannot go on survive. Very important topic. But a teacher has taught it, but he has the option of framing a course outcome, or he has framed a course outcome, something like that. Student at the end of the course will be able to understand mixed proportioning techniques for field applications. So he has told field application, but he has only understand what you want. and you will ask a question, briefly explain methods of proportioning technique. So what students will do, they will simply read different methods, Indian standard method, British standard method, or some kind of a scientists we have proposed over 7-8 methods we teach. They will simply reproduce. But he has mapped, nothing wrong as far as up to this point is concerned. Teacher is absolutely nice. But he has mapped this course outcome to PO1. Here where this comes, is this CO reflects the intended measurement of PO1? Is he asking relevant question? Or first of all, has he defined a course outcome properly? Does this assessment correlates well with the CO? No, it does not. Obviously, application of either science, mathematics, etc. does not come under assessment. Application or this assessment will not be very useful. In fact, if about 5 marks have to be given for this kind of an example or evidence you show it to evaluators, you will not even get 1 marks for that kind of a situation. Moving on, another situation, a teacher has defined something like that. Let us say apply mixed proportion principle and also design concrete mix. But he has given this kind of a question in the test 1 or wherever he is. He has given all the data and asked them to design. Now this is also something like, understanding only, because all the data has been given, they are likely to reproduce it basically. But somehow, since with numbers etc., you would like to feel that probably some problem analysis is likely that they are trying to do it, or at least a process referring to some IS codes etc. is likely to be done. Now does this CO intends to analysis and research literature, analyze, solve problem etc.? Does this do? No, not exactly at that particular point. At the most, it can be kind of an application point of view. It may come very close to that. And hence, out of 5, probably you get 2. Definitely not more than that. 2 is simply less than 50%, which is deficiency. Ideally, you can actually, once you teach the topic, should be aiming high, whether the teachers, students can analyze and design. Probably look at it assignment if it is very good topic which students have to learn for that particular. Give a very open-ended experiments and ask them to solve in groups, let us say. Okay, map it to PO2 or PO3, whichever is there. Now this is a much better example. If students would likely to identify, formulate on their own, they have to do some kind of an activity, use codal provisions etc., and actually this correlation correlates well, and probably such an evidence is created for your mapping. Let us say it is mapped to design PO3, this particular CO is mapped to design and PO3, and with a correlation of 3, and you provide such kind of an evidences, this becomes a very good candidate for getting about more than 3 or 4, probably 5 out of 5. The evaluators are very lenient. Okay, so this is the kind of situation. Ideally, if you are a teacher, you have 3 choices. First one, understand mixed proportioning. If you are doing this kind of a CO and asking only simple questions and trying to measure them, you are not helping your program to accredite. This one, probably you are helping them to accredite provisionally or 3 years. Somebody doing this kind of an activity, trying to create solving complex engineering problem or making an attempt. Now, not all courses need to be done. At least some core courses, important courses, such evidences are absolutely necessary for the teachers to follow. Can be a good example. So the choice of writing an appropriate CO and choosing the right assessment to map corresponding program outcome remains with the course instructor. Now this is the crux of the outcome-based education. This is where teachers come in very handy. So once you do this, very important. So instead of the bad example I showed earlier, you need to map them very carefully. Whatever course outcomes you write for your courses, be careful. Understand mixed proportioning technique. It is PO1. Is this mapping correct? No. Understand does not map it to PO3. So once you show this, you are in trouble. Apply mixed proportion principle. Yes, application. Design. Yes, design. While designing, they may also do some analysis, and hence you might write 2. Possible. In fact, I would not write to like 2 itself. Directly target these 3. Create more and more evidences for design. Assignments, problem-based learning, few more activities. Of course, would like to give them open-ended experiments apart from design or conduct experiments here. They will also be working in teams. They will be presenting their findings through seminars and also giving a report. So oral and written communication, and many of the things they will be doing independently if you give an assignment, referring the IS code on their own, etc. So pivotal. So actually you cover, let us say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 POs. Now one course covering about 4 to 5 POs is itself an excellent contribution of that particular course in that program. Okay, so don't aim at too many courses. Too many program
Excuse me,
outcomes.
sir.
Yeah, please.
Your slide is not visible, sir.
Which one? Can you see this slide now?
Not a presentation all over.
There is nothing visible now.
Nothing, sir.
Sir, the sharing got.
Nothing visible.
Oh my God. Okay, till what time? Which was the last slide you saw? Can you see that now?
Yes, sir. It is visible now, sir.
Which was the last slide you saw? Did you see this slide?
53 number, sir.
Oh, that slide you saw, 53.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. So all this example you have seen, no? This example you saw?
Which one? Sir, we are discussing slide number 53, sir. Sir, please start from 53, sir.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Because this is the important point, crux of the problem I explained. So this is how it is very important for you to map appropriately. You are seeing 53 slide now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So understand means you cannot map it to application, obviously. So this is not a good mapping. Apply means, of course, you can write or any related action verb also you can map it. So correspondingly, you should use them very judiciously. So this COPO mapping becomes very important for an individual teacher. Now moving from this at course level, you need to look at about identify the courses. This is at the department level you should do. Select about 2 to 3 compulsory courses and courses and projects for each PO. Define those appropriate course outcomes. Check the mapping. Use appropriate evaluation methods, could be direct or indirect, and set some kind of a targets for each courses. Now these targets can be different for different courses. That's what is important there. Okay, so once you do this, you need to look at again with this particular matrix whether all all program outcomes have been covered for this kind of an attainment. It becomes very important. So rest, of course, I'm not going to spend much time. What you will be doing once this is courses, your CO is aligned and you have delivered it and you have measured it, you are going to do some computation which is called CO attainment. So this you will be doing it for all the courses. A teacher can use a simple Excel sheet or some softwares are available. You are most welcome. But you need to define which course outcome, which teaching or which assessment method you are using. So I am using, let us say, course outcome 1, test 1. Course outcome 3, test 1 and test 2. For course outcome 2, for the whole course outcome, I am using only assignment as with the assessment tool. And also I have to define some kind of a target. Now there has to be 2 components to a target. One is the cohort group. How many percentage of students have to score what percentage of marks becomes very important. So this could be different levels. You can take an average or you simply target a level 3, which is you are a very ambitious teacher actually. But that's how generally we do. So then whatever students have scored, all the students have to be calculated because you need to look at all of them. No sampling is expected because sampling may mislead at some point of time. So all the teachers have to be looked at, all the students have to be looked at. I've just expanded that particular part. So for example, CO3 has been evaluated with 4 assessment methods, test 1, test 2 or something like that. 4 questions have been asked. How students have scored their marks, whichever they have attended, you get them in an Excel sheet, calculate them, get the percentage with respect to the total amount. So wherever there is a more than 70%, that becomes level 3. Between 60 and 75, that becomes 2. And less than level 50 becomes 1. So either you have the option of taking average, NBA permits it for tier 2 institution, but a good teacher probably aims very high, and he will only look at it how many students are likely to go the target. Let us say 60% of marks or 70% of marks. How many of them cross them? He will be very happy to look at them and say only yes for all of them and count and calculate the percentage. Once you do that, it is a simple calculation for your coursework at the end of the semester for your particular course. So you look at them, and a simple Excel sheet, something like that, is created, and graphical representation will give you enough time. For example, to show here, there are CO1, CO2 are achieved, and CO3, CO4 are not achieved because this attainment is less than 50%. 75%. Only above 75%, I have said it as possible. 75% of the students. Now here only 72% of the students are getting 70%, but still I am telling it is not. But you can choose the target, but please choose the target reasonably. If this target is very high, at the same time selecting a target like 50% of students should score only 40% of marks is a very low target. So that is not a good benchmark. Though nobody will tell you it is a wrong target, but if you keep such a low target and show very high attainment, it is obvious that you are trying to please somebody. So have a good target and try to attain them. Even if you don't attain all those pivots, doesn't matter. NBA accreditation does not depend on what attainment you show. It depends on your efforts, what kind of actions you are taking year after year for continuous improvement of your system. That becomes more important, and hence don't put very low target just because you don't get attainment. Okay, so many institutions are having problem with that kind of a thing. Then you need to kind of analyze how your students are doing, and probably prepare a self-assessment for your teachers. These are the CO, what you did in the previous year, how your students performing this year, and probably so this will go for 2-3 years. This will give a fair idea. So there could be some reversal of action. Earlier it was 88 and it became 100. This was 100 earlier, now it becomes 72. Now you identify why it becomes 72. CO2, why students started scoring less. So that you have to write it here, whatever it may be the reason. Don't worry about what I have written here, but this is what is called the self-assessment. This actually gives you an idea how you have to progress. So about 60-70 people will be doing like that, and you will be collecting that information at the program level and probably do it. So CO assessment, alignment is very important. Question papers have to be relevant to the measurement of COs. You can compute this in a different way. NBA has got some way of calculating. I have shown one way. You can have your own way as long as you can defend it. NBA does not give you a template to calculate only this particular way. Okay, so because please remember, when you are computing them, it is the learning of a student you are trying to capture. That is actually very difficult to do it, but you have some way of doing it because it's a micro analysis, and probably as long as you do it properly, fine. Moving on, once you do it for various courses like that, about 30-40 courses, you need to assemble them. That is called PO attainments. Now PO you may not do directly except for problem projects with rubrics, etc. Otherwise you pick up all these courses which are important for you, particularly core courses and some kind of a major project or any other courses, put them in order. Okay, and correspondingly you will also put it, let's say it is 3, 2 is the correlation which you have done earlier. Now 86% is the attainment for that particular course outcome. So wherever there is 3, it will take 86%. If it is 2, it will be 2 by 3 of that 86, which is 57%. And another point is, if you have got these COs attainment, something like that, only yes, if they are attained, I am counting them. If no, I am not counting them for the accumulation in that particular vertical thing. So once you put about 15-20 courses or even more as you please, when you add them and take an average. Now, some people take weighted average or a simple average is good enough because they are only numbers. You get a direct assessment of your attainment in a particular assessment year for the students of various POs, let us say. Once you do this, you also can take alumni survey or semester end examination. How do they pass? Basically, particularly simply ability to do this exit survey data, how students, you can take a simple good sample and convert them into some kind of a percentage. It is possible to do a weighted average and then convert them. And similarly, you can do for the semester end examination. So something CIE, semester end exam, and indirect methods are absolutely necessary. Once you do that, you combine them with some kind of a weightage. This weightage also depends upon what program would like to give. I have given about 50% for the continuous improvement because this is where we monitor our students very closely, and little higher weightage because end exam is also important, and probably somebody gives 50 weightage for end exam if you have a direct measurement of your COs. If not, probably you have to reduce the weightages. For, of course, student survey, course and survey, faculty survey, there will be something like very light this thing. Okay, so once you do that, multiply all of them with the corresponding weightages, what you get here is the actual PO attainment for an year. And this is what is important in outcome-based education. You need to identify why, let us say, this particular batch of students got 68%. So there's something wrong with your design experience of your students. So what can you do about it? Is it in couple of courses which you have taught something is wrong, the way you teach, or the way you have measured it, or something you have done elsewhere? That has to be relooked at it, and this is actually becomes a basis for your continuous improvement. Okay, so for this purpose, these POs are required. So actually, when you measure them, you can plot them also like this, and will give you a fair assessment for a couple of years, let us say. So one different years, something like that. So you can make some something has gone down here. You should look at it why it has gone down here. So this kind of an assessment purpose is what it is required. So PO attainment is basically, it has to be addressed by adequate courses. Attainable targets have to be kept, let us say, simple targets, not necessarily all program outcomes should have a 3 out of 3. That is not possible. Okay, even 2.1, 60% or 70% is a good target in my view. So those alignment of COs becomes very important. Okay, so this is about PO attainment, very important. You can also use rubrics, projects, how they solve complex engineering problems can also be measured here. But make sure that you have attempted to address all the POs, PO1 to PO12. That effort has to be brought in your assessment process. No PO should be left behind without attaining it. So once you do this, continuous improvement comes into picture. Closing the loop at course level, that means each teacher will look at it individually. Then at program level, group of courses, what learning you did from different people, or what are the improvements you are likely to do it for the next semester, ensuing semester. And some of them at institute level, learning from a different program level, ensures quality assurance for stakeholders, very important. Now, all attainment analysis, what I have talked about in last 10-15 minutes, is made to provide continuous improvement through either course delivery. So what changes you can likely to make? You can write yourself that I did this something, probably I need to do something more, and if you practice and if there is an evidence, you have done a good job in outcome-based education practice. If there is assessment itself was wrong, you did not give enough opportunity for student to express, so you change it. Okay, so that is important. And if they are not working, obviously you will also look at the curriculum. If the top-down design itself is a problem, curriculum itself is a problem, you do actually try to correct that particular curriculum also in outcome-based education. So most autonomous institutions, it is easy to do, but for universities, you may have to write them, and if it is not coming, probably you have to do with value-added courses to address this particular problem of curriculum. Now, this is the essence of the OBE, and what available time I have tried to cover these important components, covering from defining vision mission, defining POs, which you actually do, keeping in mind with the program outcomes which have been given by NBA for you. And then how do you define course outcomes, which is very important for every teacher? How do you correlate it with 3-2, and how do you map it judiciously for the different programs and the department as a team? How do you look at them with all the POs, pivot 1 to 7? And once that is done at the end of the semester, how do you measure them? How do you calculate attainment at course level? And combining such attainments at the program level, how do you get the attainment of the program outcomes? And once you get that program outcomes, how do you will use it for the improvement for the coming years? Becomes the essence of the outcome-based education, and those are the key components. And hope this session helped you to get started for the outcome-based education. I'm sure many more things are coming for you in the coming sessions, and more deeper hands-on experience. Once you start getting it, probably you will be much more well-versed. So thank you very much for the opportunity for me. Okay, so I will stop now. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Sir, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course, you can ask question.
Sir, I like to just highlight on this. It is possible to attain PO1 to PO5 maximum, and after that PO6 to onward, it's not possible to go with the core courses.
Yes, sir.
So while attributing this after PO6 to onward, we used to introduce certain certain courses, social courses. So we are making its attainment by that way. Is it good, or we have to go for certain extra efforts?
No, if you have the choice of introducing new courses for attainment of some of those POs, most welcome. That's a very good way of doing it. But then in a curriculum design, if I understand, you have very limited credits left apart from your core courses and elective humanities and engineering sciences, etc. That is the problem. So hence, what ways we have found is, there are quite a few our core courses only, wherein you can introduce engineer and society, environment and sustainability part of it through a seminar, let us say, or an activity-based learning for the students. For example, for electronic students, if somebody is talking about their one particular course, how these TV towers or the mobile towers are affecting the human life, let us say. So that is something, a social problem, at the same time technical. So engineer and society, the technology is excellent, and how is it impacting the society? Now, if students are made aware of that, and you give some kind of an activity for them, bring out or seminars, they come out and you allot some marks for particular that, evaluate through rubrics how they have done, you can straight away use it for attainment of PO6. Similarly, for environment and sustainability, for example, we use in civil engineering, environmental engineering is one of the course. How dredging of sand is affecting the percolation of water and creating flooding. So that is environment and sustainability. Okay. So there is a possibility that in these courses, through activities, it is possible to bring in from PO6 to PO11. In fact, one of the COs which I have shown you example are always targeted to bring in PO6 to PO11. Now, all teachers should not do only communication and only independent learning. Different teachers should target, depending upon their course, different outcomes other than PO1 to 5. PO1 to 5 will, as you said rightly, will get automatically through your core courses. Hope I have answered your question.
Hello. Good morning, sir.
Yes,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sir, as per the curriculum regarding Pune University, we have subject code and practice code is different for the same subject. Suppose I may have a subject, suppose system programming and operating system. And I have a subject. We have a subject code for this particular subject, but we have a different practical code for this. So
No problem.
while we are going for mapping, so
Yes.
that time should we map COPO mapping as a separate for theory as well as practical, or we can combine it?
It is choice is left to you. You can actually do it independently or separately. But if you choose to do independent separately,
Yes, sir.
then the type of outcomes which you are likely to get for that practical thing is very similar. You know, experiment
Yeah, yeah.
PO4 only, or modern tool is using PO5,
Okay.
and in first course 1, 2, and hence I
Okay.
showed a combining them. And now this can be done very easily. You write that particular course slash the practical course,
Okay, sir.
both of them combined together, and then write the course outcomes and
Okay.
have a file together. When the evaluator comes, show this same course file for both the courses.
Okay, sir. Okay. Good.
That's possible
Thank
to
you,
do.
sir.
If you are the same person who is teaching and also doing laboratory, it helps you.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Audible?
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Sir, is the same way is using for mapping CO and PSO?
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Sorry, I missed PSO. PSO is also same, but PSO becomes very easy for you. Let us say in electrical engineering, if you say power system related courses will contribute there. PO1, PO3, PO5 like that. It is much easier in PSO, I thought so. Probably I should have given 1 or 2 examples. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions?
Sir, there is a question. Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
Sir, actually, we also heard of skill levels. So in that one, they refer to imitation and these 5 levels.
Yeah.
So there is always like little bit means this one query regarding that whether we should go with Bloom's taxonomy like this, that we have understanding, remembering, understanding, applying like, or that they are referring that these will be applicable to practical courses. So whether we have to consider these levels for practical assessment, or we need to go to those particular S1, S2, etc. So that is it.
See, Bloom's taxonomy, if you comprehend, spend enough time and then try to practice, probably will help you to align your processes and thoughts in terms of measurement. What you want to ask, what you want to measure, split them into number of terms basically. Now they talk about knowledge level, Bloom's taxonomy, skill level, Bloom's taxonomy, attributes basically. Now these are used for different types of courses. For example, dance or something, sports, swimming, etc. Knowledge is not much. It's all about the other two, psychomotor and this thing basically. Okay. So engineering courses, we have looked at it, but engineering courses are much simpler than what we talk about very high level of Bloom's level. We have either knowledge level courses, or we have only psychomotor and this affective domain type of courses, which are laboratory. If you are mapping it, you use it independently. But if you are to combine it, both can be done. So that's why I have showed you in my first slide itself while writing to strength of material. First two are knowledge level only, apply, analyze. Then I said prepare or conduct. Conduct is basically what you do. That comes your psychomotor. Okay. And prepare laboratory report, etc., comprehensive report, etc., is communication skills, etc. So you can actually combine them and measure it. So if you want to go systematically many times, which is Bloom, which one I measure in that thought process, if somebody is losing out, I said a simple method. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have the question of the indirect assessment tools. How you can go for the assessment of the indirect assessment tools?
See, indirect assessments are very, indirect assessment are very important tools. One is you definitely have to do is course and survey at the end of your course. Preferably you should do it online through either Monkey Survey or Web Survey Master or your own tools if you have anything, because that becomes authentic. Is there any?
Attainment of this, we have to cope up with this.
Yes, yes. You need to calculate the attainment. I showed in one of my slides. You have to give it weighted average. Let us say out of 50 people, 40 people have given you excellent, 5 out of 5. Some of them have given 4 out of 5. Some of them given 3 out of 5. Now you 5 out of 5 you multiply 25, 4 out of 5 you multiply 20, 3 out of 5 you multiply 15. You add all of them and divide by the total number of students who have responded. You get a weighted average. Okay, convert that into percentage. So you got a percentage for a particular PO1, PO2, PO3, or CO1, CO2, CO3. Now, direct assessment, you are giving 80% weightage for your class tests, assignment, etc. For indirect, you are giving less, maybe 20% or even less than that. Because in indirect survey, people are likely to fake just to please you. When you ask your students, am I teaching very well? They will always say yes, because you are going to give marks. So give less weightage for that.
About the COs, we have the total 6 revised taxonomy.
Yeah.
So is it mandatory to go for the 6 COs always for each and every course, or we can?
No. I told you very clearly 1 and 2 are not much useful as far as measurements are concerned. You as a teacher can ask a question, whether they have remembered, define something or explain something, write a short note something. You still would like to know whether your students can do that, but you cannot map it to PO1. That's what I told you very clearly. The first 2 are knocked out. Then you have apply, analyze, evaluate.
Hello. It's maximum we can go up to 4 to 6 years.
Hello.
Yeah, 6 also only in projects create. Very rare. Okay. So,
Sir, I have a query.
yes, sir.
Many times it is found that the PSO statement and PO statement, they have some overlaps.
It should not be there.
What you would be, that difficulty comes. So what will be your guidelines to have some exclusivity and avoid overlap between a PO statement and PSO statement, so that both of them, they serve distinctly useful different components of the program?
I did give 2 example and explained, and also said do's and don'ts for PSO. Now, for something which you should not do for PSO is you should not use any of that PO, which has been already defined out of the 12. There is no point in telling again the student at the end of the course will be able to use modern tool in civil engineering or in mechanical engineering. Modern tool has already come. So strict no. This has to be very specific to your program, what other program do not do. For example, student at the end of the courses will be design thermal systems. Now, thermal systems is taught only in mechanical engineering. Or if it is also taught in chemical engineering, that does not become too specific to mechanical engineering. They have to find something else. So that's what I have told very clearly. Okay. Or for example, mining engineering, student will be able to apply the concepts of mining tools for tunnel engineering, something like that. No other course will teach them that particular. So it has to be very specific.
Thank you, sir. One more thing. Normally, Bloom's taxonomy is followed in the entire analysis. You refer to 1 or 2 other names of the taxonomies. Can you repeat that, please?
Solo, Kendall. Solo taxonomy, most of the Europeans use. SOLO.
Right. And Kindle. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So, but National Board for Accreditation does not prescribe any taxonomies. You can use any of them. Defend your course outcome, define your mapping with COPO, okay? Defend your constructive alignment of your question with the CO, defend your attainment calculation, period.
Many times the 6th topmost Bloom's taxonomy level, it expects certain creativity.
Yeah.
And barring some of the critical mini or major projects for UG programs, often the faculty find, irrespective of the branch or irrespective of the program, often the faculty finds to link or map creativity aspect in their courses. So apart from, of course, mini and major projects. And then the evaluation, some sort of technical analysis gets applied to that, gets mapped to that. So do you have any other suggestion on that? Because this is difficult for practically all programs at UG level particularly.
No, there is no difficulty. No, see, as long as you have more project-based learning in a course, you can bring in anything you want actually. But the difficult part is whether teacher can do it, is he willing to do it, because it's a lot of work. The minute you introduce some kind of a problem-based learning or a project-based learning, you can actually target, 4, 5, 6 easily. So where is the difficulty? In fact, complex engineering problem can be solved through that method only. But unfortunately, in an university system, particularly tier 2 institution, you don't have much of a freedom for the teachers. So they will have to resort to only test 1, test 2. Now we conduct these tests in 1 hour or 2 hours. The type of 5 questions I have to ask, students have to answer in only 15 minutes. Now what kind of creativity you can bring in that kind of an assessment? That's not possible. So more and more, if you can influence your programs and institutes to introduce projects at different levels, course level, and at the semester level, after particularly 4th semester, 4, 5, 6 are the very good, semesters for students to involve in those kind of a projects. So many of your attributes, PO1 to 12, can be taken up there in those courses and in those projects, and measure them carefully through rubrics, something called rubrics. I think somebody is talking about rubrics later. Okay.
Okay. So, excuse me, participants. Actually, the other session's speaker has also joined, but because it's not good to continue the session, we will probably, for the purpose of concentration on the stuff, we would like to have a break of 5 minutes as well between 2 sessions. So I think we should now give some rest to Professor Rangnath. He is the best speaker available in the country on OB-based matters, and you can keep asking him, he will keep answering you. you will never find him short of any answer. But there is a limitation of time, so somehow we'll have to manage the time of other speakers as well. So maybe let us thank Professor Rangnath for his very useful and informative session. And he has covered in brief all the aspects, because he was covering introduction to overview actually to entire OBE process. But then other sessions will be on details of COPO attainment and vision mission, etc. So you will have separate sessions in detail on these things again, and some of your questions you can ask there also. So, Professor Rangnath, I am audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
If he is able to hear, let us.
Yes, sir.
Let us thank him.
Yes.
Let us thank him for this wonderful talk. Okay.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing the time for this valuable talk.
Yes, sir.
And
thank you, Dr. Ranganathan, sir. Thank you so much for excellent session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So, can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
So you are audible,
after
sir.
a small break,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, audible.
now let us welcome our next speaker, Dr. Vittal Bandal. He has a long experience of teaching, research and administration, more than 25 years experience, and he has worked on various capacities like head of the department, and now presently he is working as principal of Government Polytechnic, Pune. He is a very veteran person as far as NBA evaluation work is concerned. Since 2008, he is associated with NBA evaluation work and expert member of AICT and university and director of technical education, these various committees. And so we are fortunate that today he is here, and he is one of the best speakers available to talk on NBA related outcome based education related activities. So we are fortunate that he could spare, despite his busy schedule, he could spare some time to talk to us. And we will listen today his very useful and informative talk. Welcome, sir, Dr. Bandal.
Thank you.
To the session.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
So your voice is not.
Am I audible?
Can you? A little low. Voice is low. Can you increase somehow the volume?
Yeah, I have increased. I have increased. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible. Audible to audience.
Okay. You are audible.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Participants can also respond if audible
Yeah,
to them.
Yeah, any one participant can respond that am I audible?
Any participant?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yeah, Akhilesh. Yeah. Thank
Dr.
you.
Chigalkar, are you able to hear?
Audible, sir, audible.
Bandal?
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
yeah,
sir,
many
I can
have
hear,
responded.
sir,
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes.
Dr.
Okay.
Sharma, Pankaj Sharma.
Good morning, Badal, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Yes, sir,
Sanjay.
audible, sir.
Okay,
Is
audible.
audible.
Can you hear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll request now all of you to mute your mic. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. It's a very pleasant morning, and in fact, I'll be speaking on two different aspects. Actually, this session was scheduled on Friday, but as I'm preoccupied on Friday because of some official commitment, and I'll be out of station. So I requested Dr. Vipin Kumar Tripathi, who was my colleague at College of Engineering, Pune. 10 years we were colleagues there. So I requested him that can you just reschedule my session. Even though it's a criteria 6, as you all know, there are 10 criteria, right from vision, mission, program, educational objective, program, curriculum, teaching, learning, course outcome, program outcome, student performance, faculty information. Then comes facilities and technical support, which is a criteria number 6. Obviously, 7th criteria is an abstract of all first 6 criteria. That's the continuous improvement, and rest 3 criteria. Criteria number 8, first year academics. Criteria number 9, student support systems, and criteria number 10, institutional support, financial resources, and governance. These are institute level criteria. As you all know, perhaps in the morning session, you must have understood all these things. This facilities and technical support, even though it's only 80 marks criteria, but it's very, very important. In fact, as you all know, that out of 1000 marks, 780 marks are dedicated for a program, and only 220 marks are at institute level criteria. And this is one of the program level criteria. Here, what we exactly capture, here we capture facilities and technical support. So it has 2 aspects basically. The available infrastructure, not in terms of the building only, but obviously the resources, physical resources, along with technical manpower available in the program. If you all might be knowing that AICT has these norms. Every year they will publish these norms in the form of approval process handbook. And even if you look at this year's approval process handbook also, from page number 146 to 162, roughly, you'll find all norms related with the land, related to the building, how much carpet area should be there. For mega metro, the norms are different, land norms especially. Built-up area norms are by and large absolutely same. Obviously, they will vary from program to program. For engineering program, they will be different. For polytechnic program, they will be different. For pharmacy, it will be different. Obviously, they do have, along with the AICT, they do have PCI, Pharmacy Council of India. And again, for architecture, along with AICT, they have Council of Architecture. So this criteria is important from the perspective of giving you a holistic or overall picture of or ambience of an academic institution. So from that perspective, we'll be looking at this criteria. And I will try to share my experience as an evaluator from 2008. So almost last 12 years, I am associated with NBA as an evaluator. 25 plus institutions I have visited as an MBA evaluator. Basically, I belong to electrical engineering domain, which you might have noticed. So as an electrical engineering evaluator, what are the expectations from a program? I'm going to share that with my experience. Slides are very few. But what I'm going to speak, because criteria, SAR, everything is in public domain. What I'm going to speak is interpretation in between the lines. What are the expectations? So from that perspective, just now I have spelled it out that there are 10 criteria, 7 criteria are at program level, and obviously 3 criteria at institute level. And I have highlighted the criteria which I am going to speak, and obviously that is criteria number 6, facilities and technical support. These 3 are the institute level criteria, which are absolutely same irrespective of the tier 1 or tier 2. In fact, day after tomorrow, I'll be speaking on course outcome, program outcome, and what I'll be presenting you a case study. In fact, I was just listening. I joined maybe 10 minutes before Honorable Dr. Ranganath sir was concluding. In fact, he has finished his talk and he was answering the questions. In fact, I'll talk in detail when I'll be talking about course outcome, program outcome, how to articulate course outcomes. Many participants have asked wonderful questions. Right from articulation, someone asked what is the Bloom taxonomy and all, 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy. Or someone has asked a question that whether these criteria are for PGL. So I'll answer that. Yes, I'll answer. In fact, I'll answer all your queries. Once I finish my talk, I'll answer all the queries. I could see in a chat box some questions, but I'll answer all the queries and you can ask at the end. So in fact, 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, right from the understanding level, remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. I'll take one simple example and I'll tell you how one can take all these through all 6 levels of learning in a Bloom's taxonomy. So we'll speak obviously in detail day after tomorrow. And in fact, I'll give you a tutorial also, wherein I will ask you to articulate a CO, then map these COs of your course with the program outcome, then try to have assessment. We will discuss in detail the assessment tools, direct, indirect tools, and then you show how to calculate attainment. So we will discuss in depth that criteria number 3. So in fact, I'll be associated in this FDP with these 2 criteria 3 and criteria 6. So today my focus is only about criteria 6. Criteria 6 is a facilities and technical support, as I said, and it has 1 to 6.5 is 5 sub criteria. I'll speak on one by one on each criteria. What are the expectations? The first criteria is adequate and well-equipped laboratories and technical manpower. So when we look into this criteria, obviously it is further divided in 2 parts. First part speaks about the infrastructure. Second part speaks about the technical manpower. Then 6.2, additional facilities created for improving quality of learning experience in laboratories. In fact, if you look at this file number 18, P18 program level files, when you prepare 32 files, then program level file number 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, these are related with this because they capture the overall improvement over a period of time and from the last accreditation. So in fact, we talk about the facilities which we created. I'll give you a couple of examples also that what are the expectations in terms of facilities. Then laboratories maintenance, we'll speak about the maintenance and overall ambience. Project laboratory, what are the expectations of a project laboratory? And obviously safety measures in the laboratories. So these are 5 sub criteria in criteria number 6. We'll speak one by one on each sub criteria. Let us start first of all about the adequate and well-equipped laboratories to run. When you say adequacy, what do you mean by adequacy? Oh, AICTE has a norms. In terms of the area norms, as you know, as you all know, that laboratory area required is a 66 square meter. What about the requirement of norms? Yes. For first year common, that is 4 labs will be required for first year, and subsequent program 2 years per course. So 2 labs per course per year. In a sense, 6 minimum physical labs are required in addition to the common labs. Common labs are different. Computer center is different. Language lab is different. First year common labs like electrical science lab or applied mechanics lab or physics lab, chemistry lab, all these are different. Apart from that, for every program, you need a physical laboratories. These physical laboratories can be logically divided. Again, in addition to this, sometimes it may be required. Nowadays, AICTE says, no, you should have the laboratories which will take care of the thrust areas. Also, curriculum, university curriculum sometimes demands that you must have a certain laboratory which will work in the form of incubation, maybe a small innovation or incubation center, or will work as a resource for emerging areas. Oh, those are on the top of that. But basic requirement of the labs, and that's why we say adequate, well-equipped labs. So first we are talking about the word adequacy. Adequacy in terms of first area requirement, because prerequisite condition for going for MBA is that you comply with the basic requirements. Unless and until you are not complying with the basic requirement or prerequisite, adequacy will not be made. When you say well equipped, no, the equipment, quote unquote, will vary from laboratory to laboratory A, and B from program to program, and C from university to university based on the curriculum. When I say well-equipped laboratory, I talk in two contexts. One, in terms of adequacy, and second, which is very important, in terms of functionality of the equipment. When as an evaluator, when we visit the lab, no, we expect that the lab should be functional, the equipment should be functional. And that's why whenever we visit the program laboratory, we ask them, can you just run this particular experiment? Or can you just perform this particular equipment? For certain laboratories, for example, applied mechanics laboratory or strength of material laboratory, wherein you do kind of a testing and you have a UTM. We ask you, have you calibrated that regularly once in a year? Depending upon the nature of the equipment, frequency will be either once in a 6 months or once in a year. We will ask you whether you have calibrated your equipment. Because unless and until your equipment is not calibrated, how can you give a test report to the external agency? So for providing or giving a test report to external agency, your equipment must have a standard. And that standardization has to be verified by a third party or third agency. We call it like NABL accredited labs are there. So those will be coming and certifying that your equipment, whatever results which are giving, are within the boundary conditions of the expected standards. In that context, we say equipped is as per the norms equipments you should have, and more important is the word well means functionality of the equipment. It is very, very important. See, whenever you go to any academic institute, the moment you enter the campus, you feel that academic ambience. I always say, most of you must have visited the IITs. No? I always say IITs are not institutions, they are cultures. The moment you enter into that campus, you get those vibrations. You get that positive energy in terms of the academic environment. So in that context, the laboratories has not only to be equipped, it should not have just a dumb terminal of a computer, but it must be functional. It must have a utility of that equipment. In that context, well-equipped laboratories. And that's why 20 marks are given for that. So it is expected that holistically, you will provide the information in a tabular form, in the form of name of the laboratory. So suppose if I take one laboratory like a control system laboratory, I belong to an electrical engineering discipline. So most of the examples will be from the domain of electrical engineering. So if I say control system laboratory, number of students per batch. Normally expectations are for first year, a batch size should be of 20. And from second year onwards, batch size has to be of 15 students per batch. Does it mean that all 15 will work on one setup? Absolutely not. The expectation is that not more than 3 to 4 students should work on a particular setup. You may have 3-4 setups and students will be doing it in a rotation. Idea is that, again coming back to the Bloom's taxonomy, we say no, student must have a psychomotor domain. No? Psychomotor domain will be developed only when, see, what those 6 levels we talk is a cognitive domain. But psychomotor domains means something you'll do. It is called as a experiential learning. World is talking about a project-based learning now. The next era of education. Perhaps you all might have studied the NEP, National Education Policy. I am fortunate to be a part of a 14-member task force constituted at national level from the implementation perspective of NEP, National Education Policy. So if you look at that national education policy, it says that the institution has to be a multidisciplinary in nature, and skills, more emphasis is given on skills. Skills means a psychomotor domain. So your laboratory must have that facility, and that will come only when you have the equipments in the laboratory, but not only merely a set, but it should be a functional set, and only 2 or 3. I'll just give a very simple example. I was a associate professor for 10 years in College of Engineering, Pune, COEP, you might be knowing. Then I ventured into administration as a passion, but I'm basically an academician. So what we used to do when we used to conduct electrical engineering experiments, I'll just give a very simple example how innovatively you can think in doing that. Our electrical engineering laboratory has an excellent electrical workbench on which we can, it is obviously a development of a COEP's electrical department. You can perform 20 to 25 experiments on one setup. And we have got such 10 setups. So what we used to do for first year, a batch of 20, only 2 students will work on a particular workbench. Workbench are identical. It's like a breadboard, a big breadboard along with the various sources given, AC sources, DC sources, as well as measurement devices, AC measurement, DC measurement, frequency meter, phase measurement. So whatever basic devices required are mapped on that electrical workbench. What we used to do, so for example, we want to do a verification of a Kirchhoff's laws. Let me tell you why we normally have a laboratory. Why we conduct a laboratory session? We conduct a laboratory session for validation of what we say in a theory. Just to give a very simple example, when I teach students in a class Kirchhoff's current law. What's Kirchhoff's current law states? Kirchhoff's current law states algebraic sum of currents reaching at a node in any electrical network is always 0. I do prove that in a theory by taking some random passive sources, passive elements along with some excitation, maybe a DC excitation. And what I do, I prove there at any node, I apply Kirchhoff's law, sum of incoming currents is equal to sum of outgoing currents, so that algebraic sum will be 0, presuming that if I presume currents coming towards a node are positive, obviously leaving the node will be negative, or vice versa, doesn't matter whatever nomenclature you are using. And it is true from the fact that current is a flow of electrons, and electrons cannot accumulate at a point, and therefore whatever currents are reaching a node, or there will be sum of currents reaching a node, obviously same will be leaving the node. Now I teach that in a theory class. I take one example in a class, I prove it on a paper, on a blackboard. Now I need to validate that in a laboratory. So laboratories are primarily meant for validation purpose. So what we used to do, we used to give them in randomization, we have made 10 different combinations of series parallel combinations of passive element. So complex networks we have designed. So what we used to do, we used to ask one student from each batch. I mean, 2 students are there in a group. So one student will come, and it's like a lottery system. 10 different circuits are there. They will just pull one from that lottery. Then these 2 students, first of all, will analyze theoretically the given circuit. Once it is done, they will get it verified from a teacher, that analysis. And then obviously different boxes are kept with the passive elements. Resistance of 100 ohm, 200 ohm, 1K, 3K, 5K, different values of resistances are kept. They will pick up those components which are there in their network. They will go to the breadboard. They will make electrical connections as per the series parallel combination of, or star delta combination of those passive elements. Oh, if someone is asking proofs also. Yes, that's what I'm trying to explain here. What proofs are required for criteria number 6? That's what I'm trying to tell you. So what will be doing? Student will perform that experiment, and they will do this connection. In that context, I'm saying well-equipped laboratories. So you must have a statistical data. That's why the table is given. Name of the important equipments in a particular laboratory. So when I say my laboratory is a strength of material laboratory, oh, I will have a UTM. Whatever major equipments, again I'm saying important means major equipments. See, in an electrical laboratory, maybe an electrical machines laboratory, talk about what are the different kind of machine setups which you have, AC machines as well as DC machines. Voltmeter, ammeter are sundry or measurement equipments. So measuring equipments, you may just name them, but you need not give a specifications. But I will expect you will provide the specifications of DC motor, how many HP, AC motor as well as a DC motor. So in first part, A part, when we capture this data and weekly utilization of the laboratory, when we say weekly utilization, what is expected, I'll tell you. That's why these physical laboratories are divided into a logical one. We don't expect that one, see, thumb rule, again I'm telling you a thumb rule. Normally we have 5 days in a week and 7 hours every day. So 7 into 5, 35 hours is the total availability for a particular lab. I'm talking a physical lab. Someone is asking me something. I did not get what someone wants to ask. Okay. So the point which I'm trying to tell you is that 35 hours are basically for a laboratory, a physical laboratory, in which logically, normally see, you will have 4 batches. So 4 into 2, 8 hours will be the occupancy. In a sense, in this laboratory, you can accommodate maximum 3 different divisions, because 8 into 3, I'm presuming 2 hours per week for per batch, 4 batches you have. So 8 hours, 8 into 3, 24 hours. Usually it is expected that 70% of the utilization of a laboratory in a physical manner has to happen. Then it is a best utilization of the laboratory. And that's why practically most of the labs you will find occupied for 2 courses in a semester. One physical lab is occupied for 2 courses. Good enough. I'm saying even if it is occupied for 3 different courses is absolutely acceptable, because out of 35 hours you are accommodating only 24 hours. So still 11 hours means on an average 2 hours per day. On an average you are getting the free time which can be utilized for maintenance of the lab also. So in that case, this is what is expected, that weekly utilization status of a particular lab has to be given. As I told you, expectation is 70% lab has to be physically utilized. Then second part of the table captures the information in part B, which is availability of qualified and adequate. Now there are 2 aspects. One is a qualified, another is adequacy. I will talk about qualification. As per AICTE norms, for a laboratory, a technical qualification required for a technical staff or technical assistant is a diploma in relevant discipline. For example, the technical staff which is utilized for civil engineering labs should have diploma in civil engineering. That is the expectation. This is qualification. Adequacy is what? Adequacy, again, AICTE norm, thumb rule. AICTE has a very standard norms in terms of calculation of a technical staff, non-technical staff, as well as the administrative staff. Simple logic is there. Suppose if I have 100 faculty members required in an institution, I require 150 as the non-teaching staff. If I 100 teaching staff, 150. In that 150, 90 will be the technical staff, 60 will be the non-technical staff, which also has a library and admin staff. Again, I am telling you the AICTE guidelines. So as per AICTE guidelines, adequacy is decided from that perspective. Thumb rule, again, I am telling you, for one physical, technical staff can address or can take care of 2 physical laboratories. So in a sense, in a program, you should have usually 3 to 4 technical support staff. I am talking about purely technical lab assistant. The lab attendant are different to take care of the cleaning of the laboratories, day-to-day cleaning of the equipment, laboratories and all. That's a separate staff. That is, I think 2 is enough for a program, and here 3 to 4 will be the technical staff. Again, I am telling you as per the AICTE norms, AICTE guidelines. When you say AICTE norms or AICTE guidelines, these are bare minimum requirements. It is always expected, especially for tier 1 institute, you should have more staff. IITs and all, you know, the teacher-student ratio or NITs even is usually in the range of 1:7 to 1:10. AICT says, or NBA also says, AICT says for undergraduate program up to 1:20 is okay. For 3 years accreditation, 1:25 is also okay. For diploma programs, 1:25, and for 3 years accreditation, 1:30 is also okay. These are guidelines. These are bare minimum requirements. But if you want to get a 6 years accreditation, obviously NBA will look at the faculty-student ratio of 1:15 or better. When you say better, it means per student, how many faculty are available, or for one faculty, how many students are associated. That number has to be minimum in order to have a better learning or better learning experience for the students. So this is what is expected. In fact, I'll be happy if you have some questions related with this 6.1, because we can go one by one so that I can address your questions here only. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me questions related in terms of the labs. And as I said, this lab requirement, everything, entire requirement is given from page number 146 to 162, land, building, everything, all requirements in APH, Approval Process Handbook of 2021, everything is given. If you do not have questions, I'll obviously move ahead, but in case you have questions, please feel free. Okay.
Bandal sir, can I ask question?
Please ask. In fact,
sir, you are knowing that in government institute that we do not have a adequate technical manpower, and sometimes we have to depute the person who is not of that particular lab, but we have available that particular manpower. We have to depute it as our there is a limitation. So how one can get a mark for that? How one can get measurement?
Very good question. Okay, Sanjay, very good question. See, what Sanjay you can do now, there are two aspects. As you know that we do not have a choice. We are not selecting the people. Whatever people are available, we have to run the laboratories as well as we have to run the department with those. What you can do now, there is another aspect. What you can do, you can train them. So what we will be looking at, have you done their skill upgradation? Have you sent them for some kind of training, value addition in terms of their technical knowledge? If you are done and if you could demonstrate that, yes, even though they are not from the background, but however, we have trained them. In fact, I'll give you one simple example now. In one of the institute, government institute, I am telling you. I visited, you will be surprised, laboratory attendant, which is usually a tune. He was so expert in testing the bar, I asked him, can you demonstrate? He demonstrated how to test the bar with the UTM. See, he may not be able to interpret the graph or stress-strain curve. That's a different thing. But he was so skilled that he was so fluent and professional in carrying out at least that activity of testing the bar. I think if you could demonstrate that, we still give you marks. We don't say that they have to be, yes, we say they have to be qualified. So you may not get 100% marks, Sanjay, but if you could demonstrate that the available resource is so skilled that they can work for that, you will get 70 to 80% marks. Definitely you will get. As an evaluator, we do give you 70 to 80% marks. If you could demonstrate that available manpower is skilled in doing the job which they are supposed to do. Good enough? I hope, Sanjay, I have answered your question.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. There were few questions in a chat box. I was just as per AICTE rule, how many technical staff required for a tier 1? No, ma'am. As per Anga Kulkarni, ma'am, I guess is asking question. It's not tier 1 or tier 2. AICTE rules are applicable to all. So, as I said, 1.5 times X. If X is the total faculty required, 1.5 times X will be the requirement of a non-teaching staff in an institute. Out of which 0.9X will be your technical staff, 0.6X will be your support non-technical staff, which also includes admin as well as library staff. That's how the combination of 0.9 and 0.6. In that 0.9, which staff? Your department technical staff as well as workshop technical staff. That's the rule. So for tier 1 or tier 2, there is no difference as far as AICTE norms are concerned. AICTE norms are absolutely same. Okay, how this one was asked how this how these criteria are differ for PG MTech course. That was a question asked in the beginning by I guess Sunita ma'am. Sunita ma'am, the evaluation guidelines for PG are altogether different, ma'am. Here you have 1,000 mark evaluation. There you have only 500 marks evaluation. Because it is presumed that you do compliant, you have infrastructure, so more focus is on a research. So criteria are altogether different, ma'am. And it is for 500 marks evaluation only, not for 1,000 marks for PG courses. This is for undergraduate courses. And approved file numbers. Yes, file numbers again, Vaishali ma'am has asked file number. Ma'am, file number 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. These are the files related with criteria number 6. In fact, I will show you day after tomorrow a mapping of all the files with all the criteria. That also share. Today, if time permits, I will show you today. Otherwise, day after tomorrow, I will show. I hope.
Excuse me.
Yeah, please.
I would like to suggest all the participants that we have limitations of time slots. So if you keep on asking questions in between, then this may take
no problem.
Take a lot of time. So what we do, first
Yes.
let the speaker finish the talk,
Okay,
and
we'll
then
take
you
the
can
question
ask
38.
questions.
Okay, fine. No problem. No problem.
That will help us to control the time limits of the
Okay, fine. So I hope all of you have understood the requirement, or as an evaluator, what we look at in criteria number 6.1. Now 6.2, additional facilities created for improving the quality of learning experience. I'll give you some examples here. For example, so here there are two aspects. One is availability and relevance. Availability and relevance of additional facilities, facilities utilization and effectiveness, and its relevance to PO and PSOs. So A, B, C, these 25 marks are divided into A, B, C. Now I just mentioned some of the things, I'll explain you also. Availability and relevance of additional facility. For example, for electronics and communication course, you have a conventional oscilloscope, or even for electrical engineering students, you have a conventional oscilloscope, CRO website, 20 hertz, 20 megahertz dual channel CRO, or up to 100 megahertz also you have. See, normally these conventional CROs or classical oscilloscopes, which cost roughly around 15,000 to 20,000 in the market, these will capture, in fact, they will display on the screen only steady state information. They do not, or they do not have the ability to capture a transient behavior of any system for that matter. For example, you suddenly close the switch or applied the excitation to a simple series RLC circuit, and you want to understand what is the response of that series RLC circuit. Now, I want to both the things. I want every system, whenever there is a sudden change in the input, state will change, so obviously it will have a transient behavior. And transient behavior will subside gradually. May I request someone's mic is unmute? May I request someone to mute a mic so that it will not have a disturbance to others? So the conventional CRO will not capture, even though my response has two components. One is a transient behavior, another is a steady state behavior. As you know, where it's like integral differential equation. When you solve, you have a complementary function and a particular integral. So it captures like a transient and steady state behavior. But conventional or classical oscilloscopes do not capture. Now, what does it mean? It means that students are missing the learning experience of transient behavior of the system, because whatever they see on the screen of oscilloscope is basically a steady state behavior. So what I am doing, if I purchase a DSO, digital storage oscilloscope, what it does, it captures the entire response. It gives me in the form of an Excel file or CSV file, which I can import, and I can do a complete analysis. I can map that information in the form of a graphical representation, and I can find out transient behavior, steady state behavior, or I can find out how much settling time was required for the system to settle. I can find out how much was the rise time, how much was the peak time, how much is the steady state error. I will able to capture all these things. What does it mean? It is improving the quality of a learning experience of the students in the laboratory. All such facilities which you have created, that information has to be given in this table. And that's why we say availability and relevance. Relevance, I told you. What is the relevance? Or relevance is that students are able to understand the transient behavior and steady state behavior. They are able to separate it out, the transient and steady state behavior, which earlier it was not possible for the students to do it. Now they are able to do it. And that's why first availability, UTM, as I said, I have just given a couple of examples, UTM. Now, when you are not having a UTM, perhaps your student were missing the experience. I'm saying laboratory experience in terms of how to plot a stress strain curve actually. What is the strain? When you try to find out strain, maybe of a bar, maybe of a cube, or you want to do that analysis, but that facility was not there in laboratory, and that's why 10 marks are given for first availability and relevance. Relevance is more important because if you have created some facility which has no use, it's of no use. Electrical workbench, I have written one more, electrical workbench. Electrical workbench gives them a learning experience of having all the resources at the same place. Suppose one engineering college, I'm giving an example of CYP. In CYP, we have generators of 650 kVA and we do have a SCADA system integrated with that. Students get a better learning experience of a SCADA system when we teach them the principles of a SCADA and applications of a SCADA. We can show them live demonstration that makes their experience, learning experience, a rich experience. And that's why B part captures that you have a facility, but are you utilizing, and does the facility has effectiveness? Effectiveness means you say you have 100-ton UTM. Oh, but it's not functional. It requires service. So you have a facility. So in first part you will mention that facility, but utilization and effectiveness is not there. And please understand, whatever we do in the era of outcome-based education is always to have POs and PSOs, program-specific outcomes, program outcomes. So you map them. Program outcomes means what? What are your expectations basically? There are 3 baskets of all the program, 12 program outcomes can be mapped into 3 baskets known as a knowledge, skill and behavior. These are the 3 baskets. PSOs are different than POs, please understand. PSO is like a USP of your program. What is the uniqueness of a program? Which obviously will get addressed along with the POs, but they are not POs. They are different than POs. So that's what you have to give. And that's how this table captures the information or attributes mentioned in A, B, and C. And that's why we say, what is a facility name? What are the details of that facility? What was the reason for creating? That's why purposely I told you that why we are creating that facility. So I told you the purpose. Students were not able to understand the transient behavior of the system. That's why that facility was created. Because whatever resources student has, or student were able to capture or understand only steady state behavior. They did not have the idea how to capture, how to analyze, how to find out transient time, how to find out rise time, how to find out the settling time. Oh, they were doing manually, they were doing with pen and paper, but they were not able to understand that with the help of a fact. Because see, it's a kind of validation. No? What you learn in a theory, are you able to capture that in a laboratory also? So for that purpose, facility is created. So for every facility which you are going to create, you have to mention what was the reason for creating facility. Okay, you have created the facility, but are you utilizing that facility? What is the utilization of that facility? And then you have to write, actually because of creation of this facility, which areas in learning enhanced, better experiential learning, you have to mention those areas. And then obviously everything boils down to POs and PSO. So it's a relevance also, whether it is related to PO1 or PO2. As you all know, perhaps you might be aware, only first 5 POs directly get mapped with the curriculum. Rest 7 POs actually gets indirectly addressed with various activities. As you know, first 5 POs only, that is engineering knowledge, problem solving ability, obviously, then design and development of a solution, modern usage of a tools, right? All these things gets directly mapped with your courses, but obviously other 7 attributes like engineering, society, environment and sustainability, project management and finance, lifelong learning, ethics, all these get mapped. Obviously, when we'll discuss about COPO, I will give you an example and how do we map those, we'll understand. But POs and PSOs, POs are very, very important. And you have to write with which PO this is having relevance. Again, levels can be different. It may be high, medium, low, depending upon the nature of the PO, depending upon the nature of the activity. But yes, its relevance will be there. Relevance context may vary. It may be very high, it may be very low, so, or it may be between. So, but that you have to map with the relevance. So, this is what 6.2 is. Then 6.3. 6.3 again 10 marks. Can I request, ma'am, someone is talking and her mic is unfortunately unmute. So may I request, ma'am, to mute your mic so that it will not disturb others?
पण गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडियाने पण नवीन स्कीम काढलेली पण आता त्यांचे बॅलन्स शीट स्ट्रॉंग नाहीये गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मध्ये जायचं असेल
Madhura ma'am, Vaishali ma'am, Sneha ma'am, can I request you to just mute your mic so that it will not disturb others? Thank you. 6.3 is basically laboratory, maintenance and overall ambience. When we say maintenance, now what are the expectations? For example, for any classroom, you are teaching in a class and lot of road noise or outside noise is disturbing you. You are not able to focus. You are not, even your first few bench students are not able to hear you what you are saying. And that's why I say acoustic of a room is very important. Classroom size, yes, definitely it is important. See, AICTE says 66 square meter, but please understand, we do have supernumerary quotas, right? TFWS, EWS 10%, supernumerary quotas of TFWS 5%. Sometimes some institutes, which may be a very good institute, they may have NRI PIO quota, which is 15%. We do have a lateral entry of 10%. If you combine all of them, classroom becomes almost of 70 plus students. 66 is a thumb rule, it's a guideline. It's not only 66. That's why I'm saying classroom size, conditions of chairs and benches. Again, let me clarify, let me reiterate. Ambience is very, very important. That's why the ambience word is used. Ambience is very important. You must be in that domain, then and then only. Otherwise, you physically you may be in a classroom, but mentally you may not be in a classroom. Maybe because of the condition or ambience of the classroom. And that's why I have just given the attributes which normally we look into, or you all need to look into. Your laboratories, its maintenance as well as overall ambience. Obviously, all when we say laboratory as well as classrooms, everywhere. Acoustics, size, chairs, benches, air circulation, lighting, exits. As I said, each classroom of size 66 square meter as per AICTE now is to be provided. Then you have whether you have provision for the ceiling mounted LCD or OHP projectors are nowadays gone, but still sometimes some people may use it. So we do not discard that, but we say technology has improved a lot. Nowadays people talk about LED also projector, not LCD projector. Faculty, we normally see faculty, actually every faculty must be given the separate room. Otherwise, it's like, see, we all are faculty. You need to discuss with your student. You need to prepare your class. And if lot of noise, lot of disturbances around there, perhaps you may not be able to concentrate on what you are studying. Because as you all know, we all are teachers. To deliver a 1 hour talk, no, you need to prepare at least 2 to 3 hours. Then only you will be able to deliver a talk properly. And that's why you need that peace. Unfortunately, I'm saying there may be a variety of reasons, many reasons, but in many institutes I have seen the faculty will be sitting in one big room like a Tehsil Karyalaya. So it's that doesn't serve the purpose actually. Please understand that. So in that context, faculty must have individual faculty rooms and properly equipped with that. They must have a proper internet facility. They must have a computer desktop on their table. They must have an intercom facility, a small whiteboard, and 3-4 chairs. If students come for some discussion, they should be able to discuss that. And that's why I have written everything there, that all faculty cabins must be equipped with a computer, internet facility. Adequate furniture means obviously a 3-4 chairs for discussion, intercom, uninterrupted power supply. And suppose obviously tea, coffee machine is there, or maybe a small kettle. I think that's good enough. Because I always believe ambience has to be created, ambience has to be there. Then only you can expect them to deliver. And that's the reason I have said usage of that room will be usually for counseling and discussion with the students. So when we say laboratories, classrooms, all these have proper maintenance. I'm coming to the laboratory maintenance. In laboratory maintenance, there are two types of maintenance. Normally, we also do have a maintenance for our vehicles also. One is called as a scheduled maintenance, another is a breakdown maintenance. Sometimes some people will drive a vehicle till it stops on the road, petrol gets on. That is called as a breakdown maintenance. Then they will push the vehicle to the nearest petrol pump and fill in the petrol, or they will ask someone to bring the petrol, maybe in a bottle or small can. That we call it as a breakdown maintenance. We should not have breakdown maintenance. We should always have a scheduled maintenance. Scheduled maintenance, obviously you need to decide the schedule. Some maintenance can be carried out with the technical staff available in your institute. Sometimes you may have to take out your equipment outside, maybe to the factory from where, or manufacturing place from where you have bought that equipment. So I'm not saying everything can be repaired, but maintenance. Otherwise, what will happen? Out of 10 sets which you have in a laboratory, if 6 are not functional, in my opinion, you just have adequacy, or you do not have effectiveness of that facility. You do not have utilization of that facility, because out of 10 sets, 6 are non-functional, only 4 are functional. You do not give that experience to the student, learning experience to the student. That's why I said, when I go to the lab, when I go to the classroom, when I come to my cabin, I must get that ambience. I must get that academic ambience. And that's why in that context, you must have a proper maintenance record. Normally, if you visit any industry, for every machine, they will have one history sheet. They will have one sheet put on the backside of that machine, wherein they will always write, when earlier it was serviced, what is the next cycle of servicing. If it is a standard equipment which is usually used for giving or having a testing facility, or they will write when earlier it was calibrated, when is the next date of calibration. All these things, it means it's like a history card. You normally have for your vehicle, 2-wheeler or 4-wheeler, the manufacturer will provide you a service card, or you will put a service booklet in which they will write first service, second service, some free service when the new vehicle is taken, and then there will be certain guidelines after every 5,000 or after every 10,000 kilometers. Or you need to change the oil filter, you need to change the air filter, you need to change the lubricant, that is oil. This is called as a routine or scheduled maintenance. What it ensures uninterrupted functionality of your equipment. That is your vehicle. Similar lines it is expected in a laboratory also. You should have a scheduled maintenance which will ensure that you will have the uninterrupted functionality of the equipment, which will enrich, which will give the better learning experience to the students. And that's how learning experience will enrich them. Otherwise, sometimes if you say, take down the readings and note down the reading and say, for the sake of submission, if you ask them to just copy the old journal readings, student may happily do it for the sake of marks and all, but they will lose the learning. In a market, in a real market, people will not value them. Because again, I am reiterating, this whole OB, entire OB is based on 3 attributes: knowledge, skill, and behavior. That's what I'm saying. And that's what is important. So from that perspective, as I said, even though criteria number 6 is only for 80 marks, it has a great impact on this overall other criteria also in the context of learning, in the context of that. Then 6.4, again very important, project laboratory. See, project is what? Project is again experiential learning. I always believe project is a major part in a student's learning during a 4 years course. I'm talking about both minor project as well as major project. As an evaluator, what are our expectations? Project laboratory access has to be beyond office hours, beyond working hours. So it should be accessible to the student beyond working hours. That facility should not be accessible only during working hours. Every department will have their own project laboratory wherein there will be some standard equipments available. For example, for electrical engineering project laboratory, I will expect they will have a standard electrical workbench. They will have a computer system. They will have all the softwares which are installed on that computer system. Not only one, at least 2 to 3 computer systems on which all the softwares which are pertaining to that discipline are installed on that. They have a small incubation facility, like maybe a PCB fabrication. What it needs, a small PCB fabrication facility, solution of FECL3, maybe for etching facility, maybe a small drilling machine, a general purpose PCBs, and some components which are usually required for student to play with it. Because unless and until they don't play with it, they don't make use of that, students will not learn. And that's why I have mentioned all these things. These are the 5 different points, 5 different attributes as an evaluator we look into. We always look into what are the equipments available in your project laboratories. Are there any softwares available from the perspective of your discipline? What is the utilization, which is very important. You have kept that facility, but none of the student is using. What is the use of that? That's why outcome. I will give just maybe not in this context, but I'll just give you one simple example of a outcome and output, which you will be able to relate with laboratory utilization. Suppose a civil engineer wants to construct a bridge across a river. What civil engineer will do normally? Civil engineer will first of all prepare a BOQ. Before that, they will do the structural analysis, soil analysis, in order to decide which kind of foundation is required, whether a pile foundation or rough foundation is required. So in order to understand what kind of foundation is required, they will do the soil analysis. Then afterwards, they will prepare a BOQ, which will take care of how much cement, how much mortar, what should be the size of the bars and all. So still requirement. So everything they will do. Then construction, as per the building codes or as per the norms, standard norms are there. The bridge will be constructed. And it will get completed maybe in 1.5 years, depending upon the size of the bridge, length of the bridge and all. In my opinion, completion of the bridge, which is connecting 2 ends of the river, maybe for having connectivity for the people across the river, on the other side of the river, in my opinion, is output only. If no one is using that bridge, then there is no outcome, there is only output. Same is applicable to your students. You are graduating the students, but if they are not able to demonstrate that you have a knowledge, skill, attributes, nobody is accepting them in the world. It means you have output, because student is showing, I have got 75 marks, I have got 8 CGPA. So you do have output, but there is no outcome because they are not able to demonstrate that ability. Same is the case here. If you have an availability facility, but students are not utilizing, it means outcome is not there. And technical support. Have you dedicated some technical staff just for helping them in that laboratory? Have you done that? May not be 24/7, but at least for some time of the day, the technical support or technical staff is available for them to address their queries. Obviously, teacher will be there, guide, mentor, philosopher. But apart from that, are you having a technical support there? And beyond this, what kind of additional facilities? I just gave you one example of PCB making facility in an electrical or electronics project laboratory. Is additional facility actually. So that they will have a AutoCAD drawing, or they will design that, and obviously they will prepare their own PCB. Maybe small PCBs, may not be double-sided PCBs and all. You may not have that the state-of-art facility. Doesn't matter. But if by and large the facility provides and suffices the need of majority of the student, I think you have served the purpose. So from this perspective, we'll be looking at a project laboratory. And when we visit that project laboratory, we look at all these aspects, and obviously we'll be providing. This is what are the expectations from a project laboratory as an evaluator. Then last but not least, safety measures. When you say safety measures, what kind of safety measures? I'll quote some examples. For example, I'm going in the electrical machine laboratory. Oh, I must have the rubber mat on the floor, because I'll be doing the electrical connections with the motor terminals and all. And unfortunately, if the earthing is not proper, there is every chance that I may get a shock. So in my opinion, rubber matting in the entire electrical lab, wherein you come in contact directly with the high voltage. When you come in a contact with the low voltage devices, it may not be that important, but here it is very, very important. I'll just give you an example also of other things, safety measure in the context of the fire extinguishers. One of the institute I visited, and it was a chemistry lab. Obviously, for chemistry lab, as you know, you always do a titration with the or you experimentation with the diluted solutions only. You never use a concentrated HCl or H2SO4. You always prepare diluted solutions for precipitations, or carrying out the various experiments to get basics, radicals and all. Obviously, for that you have a small chemical preparation lab. So for chemical lab or chemistry lab, it is mandatory that you must have a fire extinguishers. Apart from exhaust facility and all to take out the fumes and all, but apart from that you must have this. Then I was just visiting that laboratory. Then I asked who is a laboratory technician of that. Then that gentleman came and I asked him, can you just demonstrate me, in case suppose fire catches, how to operate this fire extinguisher? What he did, he immediately called his another fellow friend. That fellow called another fellow, and after half an hour, one person came. Then I asked that person, if half an hour is required for a person to come and make use of that, what will happen? So there are two aspects. One, most of the time your fire extinguishers are out of date, expiry date. B, no mock drill or no proper training. Actually, proper training is required for everyone in the laboratory. Not only that technical staff, but for everyone. That is very, very important. So what is missing is this. So in a laboratory, basic safety requirements, this will vary from laboratory to laboratory. I'm just giving you a general guidelines. Also, you must display the safety guidelines in the laboratory. In case if something goes wrong, what are the do's and what are the don'ts? You have to always. It's like, you know, in lifts, you do have a fire exit way. We call it as an escape way, like stairs. They say, no, in case of fire, do not use the lift, use the stairs. Such kind of information has to be displayed at prominent places in every laboratory. That's the reason I said every laboratory requirement may be different. When you work in the laboratory, it is expected that students should always wear an apron, especially in a workshop. What's the reason? So that there no part of any cloth will touch the machine, otherwise it may happen that if some accident may happen. That's the reason that those safety measures. So apron is one of the safety measure aspects. So why apron is required? Apron is required because you will not be, or your other clothes will not be in touch with any machine part. That's why apron. It means it covers your body. It's a safety measure. So From this perspective, we always look at whether you have that safety measures. A. B. For these safety measures also, have you done fire audit? Very important. There are two audits. One is a structural audit. In case your laboratory is quite old, it is more than 15 years old, it means structural audit of the building or a structure. So structural audit of the structure, and B, which is very important, fire audit. Fire audit is very, very important. You might be reading in a newspaper, watching on a television also news that because of unfortunately fire audit did not happen, the people have not taken proper care, there was a fire accident. So these all are very, very important aspects in the context of this. That's why I said, even though criteria are 6.1 to 6.5 small sub criteria, but they are very, very important, because ultimately your whole institute, whole program, whole department has a major contribution from the perspective of infrastructure. Because if you do not create that ambience, if you do not provide that ambience for learning, from that perspective. This is what is the expectation from this criteria. So even though it is 80-mark criteria, it is very, very important criteria. Thank you very much. I'll be very happy if you have any questions now. I will answer all your questions. Otherwise, thank you very much. I just wanted to give you a brief overview, brief idea about this. Please, if you have any questions, please, you can ask one by one, no problem.
Hello, sir, Bandal sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, our fire audit is before 2 years. Okay, Institute fire audit, and now for the every department is provided adequate fire equipment. So, is it sufficient, or we have to conduct it for after every 3 years?
No, see, the cycles are there, Sanjay, depending upon the age of the building. And fire audit, ideally, if you ask me the question, fire audit has to be carried out every year, ideally. But unfortunately, in government, the moment you write a letter, it takes almost 1 year to take that audit. But ideally, if you ask me, yes, you require fire audit every year.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the elaboration of various aspects of the facilities and technical support. I would like to know a few things about the every organization for its asset. It has a sort of dead stock register. A certain life of the equipment is assumed depending upon the utilization and related aspect. Typically for an engineering institute, what is the type of what is the life expectancy that is expected for a normal experimental setup? That was one point. Secondly, you nicely elaborated about the calibration. You nicely elaborated about the calibration aspect. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead.
The calibration aspect you referred mainly, that is for the hard equipments. What is the policy or the guidelines for software related aspects? This was
I'll explain.
2 points. I'll request you to.
Yeah, I will highlight. Okay. So you asked a very good question. See, first is, as far as the conventional equipments are concerned, 15 years is the usual life for machine. I'm talking about machine. If you ask me for computer life is 5 years. As per Maharashtra state government norms, even as usual also, 5 years is, because technology updates so fast that 5 years is the life decided by government for computer and IT related items. And your third question was, what about software? Software, it depends upon whether you have a perpetual license of that software or you have a one-time license. If you have a perpetual license, obviously you will get updates every year. It's like our Windows or it's like our OS of our mobile phone also keeps on. For example, iOS keeps on updating. So that is called as a perpetual one. So it depends upon nature of the license which you have. So those licenses will get obviously updated, because software, it's like a version. It is like an edition of a book. So as you know, that edition of the books will have an improved version. You may have some programs added in that book. You may have some appendix in which some solved problems may be given. So it's like upgradation of the earlier version. Similar thing is applicable for a software, but for a hardware, the useful life of a hardware is defined as 5 years. After 5 years, you are supposed to upgrade your existing hardware in terms of computer equipment, in terms of even electronics equipments also. In terms of major equipments or machine equipments, the useful life is 15 years. I hope Dhananjay, I have answered your question.
Yeah. Then one more point. Calibration is depending upon the type of equipment involved. Nature of the equipment, its utilization pattern, the calibration frequency gets decided mainly based on that. Some of the equipments, the calibration charges outside are relatively more, which perhaps an organization may not afford. So there is a orientation to postpone the calibration to the next cycle on self-decision basis. That is one option. Or second option is self-certification kinds of things. Now, compared to an equivalent equipment in a commercial or industrial setup, the utilization as well as the way of using the equipment is generally more sober in colleges, institutes, compared to a manufacturing setup. So this is one point of difference. But at the same time, when equipment in an industry is generally used by a trained operator, whereas it is being used by an untrained student in case of institutes. Considering these two aspects, what is the policy or the guidelines or the judicious things about self-certification, about calibration of equipments by institutes?
Perfect. I got your point. Very good question. Dhananjay, I'll answer you one by one. So the question, Dhananjay, you asked is very pertinent and very correct, that people, because of the very high charges for the calibration, are usually reluctant, especially academic institutions, to carry out the calibration as per the frequency of the equipment. I do agree with that. See, quote unquote, if you are not using it for a commercial purpose, Dhananjay. Now, when I say commercial purpose means, if you are providing a certification to external agency, maybe a government agency or maybe a private agency, making use of that equipment, then it is mandatory for you to carry out the calibration as per the utilization pattern as well as for the cycle. See, why I'm saying cycle, minimum cycle, it is like, I'm giving you a parallel example. Suppose you have your car, you carry out your maintenance, maybe after every 10,000 kilometers you do a servicing, or minimum 6 months period. Why 6 months period? The reason is that, or maybe 1 year, it depends, again, vehicle to vehicle cycle may vary. But why after 1 year? Because the engine oil which you are using, even though you are not using it, the viscosity of that oil may not be to the minimum threshold level. So your utilization may be less, but because of the shelf life of the oil, you may not use it beyond certain period. And that's the reason after certain period you have to get serviced. So I am saying, in case you are using your equipment for a commercial purpose, using it for the testing purpose, and this test report are shared, because what happens now afterwards in a judicial manner, it becomes a litigation that your certificate may be questioned, and they may ask you provide us a calibration certificate of your equipment if you have provided the certificate. So from that perspective, Dhananjay, my suggestion will be in providing, you must get it calibrated after the decided cycles or depending upon the nature of the equipment.
Yeah, sir. But then in that case,
second part of answer.
Then in that, yes, you have explained that. But in that case, if the laboratory is not used for commercial purposes, then the self-certification it becomes to some extent subject to an arbitrary.
That's what I said, Dhananjay. That's what I'm answering, Dhananjay. So I'm saying now, second part of your question, that you are not doing any kind of commercial activity. Oh, you are making use only for the laboratory purpose or student learning purpose. Nothing wrong even if you extend it or you delayed the calibration maybe by 1 year. But what will happen, I will tell you. When student carries on the experiment on those setups, no, then the errors which you will be getting in the calculations will keep on increasing, and you must have a logical justification discussion with the student that the error is more because of these reasons. If you are writing that in your observation or conclusion at the end of the experiment, I think that is fair enough. Quote unquote, you are not using it at all for any commercial purpose. Then yes, you may delay it for some period, maybe because of the financial reasons. You may delay cycle instead of 1 year, or you may do it for 2 years. Acceptable. But you must have a logical justification for that.
True. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Dhananjay.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir.
Yes, Sanjay. Sanjay is asking a question. Yes, Sanjay.
Sir, with respect to calibration point that you just explained, I have one question regarding computer laboratories or computer department. How to do that calibration? Is it mandatory to do us an IT audit? And what are the safety measures that we should provide in computer laboratories?
Okay, Sanjay, I got your both the questions. I'll answer them one by one. The first answer, in fact, part of the answer you only said yes. For computer related things, no, you need to do IT audit of your equipment. Again, I'm extending the answer given to Dhananjay. If you are not using your laboratories for any kind of commercial purpose, for example, you are not doing kind of testing. See, in your IT or computer, you may have network switches. The network switches may be manageable switches, non-manageable switches. If you are not doing any kind of certification, making use of your switches, then yes, you can extend the IT audit maybe a year or so, depending upon your financial condition. So it's not mandatory that after every cycle you should do it, quote unquote. You are not utilizing it for commercial purpose. You are purely using it for academic purpose. Then normally, but IT equipment's life is 5 years only, Sanjay. So after every 5 years, it is expected that you must change your IT products. You must change it. That's what is expected. That is one thing. Okay, A part. B part, you said what are the safety measures? As I said, no, safety measures, what are the safety measures? The safety measures are, first, as I said, fire extinguishers. Sometimes what happens, no, you need to check electrical points. That is a major hurdle. Because of the frequent use, because of the frequent switching, no doubt, every switch is designed to have a 5,000 cycle life, 10,000 cycle life, depending upon the quality of the switch. But electrical fire normally, unfortunately, it catches because of two reasons. One, poor quality of the wiring which you are used, or substandard wires you are used for the electrical connection, and substandard switches. So from that perspective, if you get electrical audit after every years or after at least couple of years, I think that will help you. That is a one kind of safety measure for, especially for computer and IT related equipments, because these equipment, even a small impulse of voltage may damage their equipment. So that's why from that perspective, electrical safety audit of IT related labs and equipment is more prominent in comparison with the IT audit. That's what is answer to Sanjay your question.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir.
Okay, Sanjay. I hope I have answered the
one more
questions, or in case anyone has. Yeah.
Sir, one more question.
Please.
Sanjay,
go ahead.
You will share the files, list of files for NBA.
I said no. I said in fact day after tomorrow. Sanjay, day after tomorrow, in fact, I will show you the mapping of the files along with the criteria and along with the expected contents in that file. That I'll share.
Okay, right, sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
So,
Sanjay.
I think this should be the time when we should break for lunch.
Yes, Dr. Vipin, whatever you suggest. If anyone has, if nobody is having questions, I think we can wind up. No problem for me.
Maybe even if the questions are there, they can probably ask in your next session. We are anyway going to have another
Yeah,
session.
next session also. Day after tomorrow also we can have. You can come with the questions also, no problem. Because day after tomorrow I will be having two sessions. One will be a theory session wherein I'll explain you COPO, and second session I will talk about the tutorial. Yes.
Tutorial also. So they have
Yes.
enough time to ask, but why to remain hungry for asking questions?
Yes, yes,
So,
yes,
so
yes,
let us,
yes.
let us now let us break. 2 o'clock, another speaker will join, and he is also a very senior person as far as NBA thing is concerned. And in fact, NBA policy make one of the policy makers, Dr. Babu. So maybe let us thank Dr. Badal. He is one of the nicest speakers that we find talking on NBA kind of stuff in the country. And he has been kind enough to spare some time now, and he is always kind enough to spare time in future also. So let us thank the speaker for such a nice talk, and join again on at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tripathi. Thank you, each one of you, for your patient hearing to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Other sir, thank you for such a eloquent and articulated lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So
Thank
let
you,
us
Tripathi
join.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chikaltanaka sir. Let us join at 2 o'clock again. So I hope that I am audible to other participants. If anyone can confirm, maybe I can.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let us start this session. Actually, this healthy financial management is such a topic which normally in an NBA workshop is untouched. People do not take it. But this is a bonus session, we can say, in this workshop, that you are getting one session on financial management. And then when we thought of finding a speaker for that, because this is not a regular session where I could enlist any evaluator and I could take help from any speaker. So one name that immediately came to my mind was of Professor Babu sir. He was director of BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, which carried very high repute in NBA. Actually, he is one of the policy makers of NBA, I'll say. He was involved at the policy making stage, and those two colleges which got received highest number of accreditations for highest longest period were BMS College and other one college of Engineering, Pune. So he is the policy maker, pioneer of NBA in India, and was working till very recently as vice chancellor of Reva University, Bangalore. Now perhaps he is looking. He has chosen some other good assignment probably for him, so left that university. So he is a former vice chancellor of Reva University, former director of BMS College of Engineering, and a big man in NBA. We are fortunate to have him today. He consented that despite his busy schedule, I was very much doubtful whether he will accept that, but he is such a kind person that he accepted my invitation. And he was once upon a time chairman with me in one of the NBA visit committee. Very fair, very honest. Will give all the freedom to evaluators to say their opinion. Will not interfere with them. That kind of working. So he has his own values, and we are very lucky that he accepted our invitation, and we will be definitely benefited by his talk. So I'll request him to please guide us on some financial management things. Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Tripathi ji, it is very nice meeting you, and thank you very much for the opportunity. At the outset, I would like to thank the director of NIT-Agartala, Professor H.K. Sharma ji, and my colleague, my best friend, Professor Bipin Tripathi sir, and esteemed speakers who are delivering various lectures in this webinar and webinar, and all the esteemed participants from various institutions across the country who have been attending this particular webinar. Now, today, the topic which Professor Tripathi has said, it's a very, very completely a googly kind of thing, right? How do I really do it? When he asked, then I said, no, this topic cannot be taken. It is not in the NBA criteria as well. So, but still, he insisted that I should really go ahead with that and say something about it. So I have made my jugglery and did some homework. I don't know how far I can be able to really meet the expectations of the participants and also the institute. So this is an attempt, which a humble attempt. Probably you can. This is an opportunity for me to learn. So that's what I always do. I learn more, right, rather than I give more. So I try to give honestly, complete all points in every aspect. So one should be open and try to learn. So having said that, I would like to now share the document, my PPT, and I request the participants, any point in time, any doubt, please raise, right, and ask those questions then and there, and we'll make it a little bit interactive kind of thing, because as the topic says, more very, very versatile and unique by its own way. So let me share my PPT with you. So I go to screen sharing or PPT application, sir. Should I share the screen or screen only? No?
Share
screen.
Share screen. Microsoft Office. You are seeing this one.
Application window or share screen? I don't know.
Sharing. If you go to sharing and then select application.
Oh, application.
And then Microsoft Office will be appearing there. PowerPoint PPT. First window. Share applications.
It's taking some time. It is now.
So you will see 3-4 windows. First will be PPT. Open that. Just click that. First, you have to open your PPT on the screen.
Okay. First, I have to open PPT. Okay.
Open PPT on the screen, and then you can share the screen. को मिनिमाइज करना पड़ेगा. Look first to open on screen. It has to be.
Are you able to see that?
Yeah. Now it has come. It has come. Yeah. Okay.
So once again, I welcome back all of you to the webinar. And before I go on, so you want that the full screen, I can do that. That's better, I believe.
Full
Yeah.
screen.
Is it full screen? You can see.
Not yet. But this is okay, sir. It's visible.
It is visible, sir. Okay.
It's visible.
Okay. Okay. Now this is the FDP on India accreditation and processes. So the topic, as you all aware, for the session is healthy financial management. So this is a challenging topic, as I said, and as rightly introduced by my friend. So right now I have taken up a new assignment, which is a very quite challenging, and that from my previous assignment as a Vice Chancellor Reva University, I moved on to another university, group of institutions, AMC group of institutions, which has 2 engineering colleges in the city, right? As its director and head of all administrative and academic affairs. So this is my new role. Started just a couple of days ago. It's very quite recent. When we discussed, I was in the other role. So with that brief intro, I will now move on to the topic. And before going on there, I would like to share my education philosophy. So education is a process of transformation. As you all are aware, this transformation has gone up to, it's a completely highly volatile kind, disruptive and dynamic. So in that particular situation, what I do, I adapt and practice for some education process for the success of students. Always I concentrate on what is the best I can do or I can serve for the students, and how I can really move them towards to the path of their own success. Own success in the sense every student has their own levels of understanding and also approaches. Everything is completely different. We don't know when a student will get that spark and get into. So we have to identify and focus and facilitate the student to succeed in his educational endeavor, thereby to build his own strong career with the right character and attitudes. So this is what I actually have been working on, this particular philosophy over years, and this continues to be my education philosophy. Then move on, and today's topic goes into a different, unique topic. If you look into see there, you all are aware of the 10 criteria that are being followed by National Board of Accreditation for accrediting an institution. There are several types of institutions, but we have grouped these institutions into 2 levels or 2 tiers, we call it as Tier 1 institution and Tier 2 institution. Friends, you should not get confused with the Tier 1 institution or Tier 2 institution. They're all educational institutions, professional educational institutions, be it engineering or architecture or hotel management or MBA, all these professional education, pharmacy, all these things which the NBA accreditates. So I don't want to get into what criteria 1, what criteria 2, but there are 10 criteria, out of which, if you look into here, the first 7 criteria are related to the program accreditation. In the morning also, Professor Ranganath was talking about 2 types of accreditation, 2 agencies, national agencies. One is National Board of Accreditation, which has the Washington Accord. We are a member of Washington Accord, so that gives the mobility of the students. And the other one, we have NAC accreditation, right, wherein we have, that is for the whole entire university or entire institution, not only for one particular program. This is a program-based accreditation is NBA, and the institutional-based accreditation is criteria is NAC. But which is better, which is not? So both are good in their own views, and how it will go, more or less. There will be a lot of overlaps into this, but of course the assessment patterns, the criteria, and the way the metrics are going to be differing from this, both the accreditation agencies. So as far as the NBA concerned, what I can say is it is a very rigorous inspection and specific to a program, not even department. Department offering what you say one UG and one PG program, but MBA goes for one program, either UG or PG, or UG PG means two different things will get in there. So this is what the rigor and vigor the National Board of Accreditation will look into, and this, if I am correct, if the director of the Sharmaji was talking about, this is going to be mandated on the part of all the institutions across the country, wherein every institution should be geared up for accreditation and vouch the quality, right? So all the accreditation processes are nothing but quality assurance processes, not quality processes. So it's a quality control, other quality process. It's not so. It's they should assure the good quality of the students graduating, good quality of graduates, right? Graduating from the institutions. So now the remaining 7 criteria. So we have all the 7 criteria. If you look into, there are several sub-criteria. Each sub-criteria I have divided into various metrics. We say a lot of metrics there. So 5 criteria, 5 sub-criteria. Criteria 1 has 5 sub-criteria, which has 11 metrics. And of course, there are for each criteria there are marks. These marks also again poised based on the metric. So it is nothing but a question has 4 subdivisions. 4 5s are 20 marks, like that. So it is not equally divided here, so it will be different depending upon the metric. So the total program specific marks are going to be 780, and whereas the institution specific kind of thing, once you say, are nothing but there are 3 criteria. So these are the things which we will look into holistically the institution approaches. Right? This is what, including the first year program. Engineering, if you look into, so predominantly I will be adhering to Tier 1. Tier 2 is more or less the similar thing. Tier 1 I am going to talk about. And whereas Tier 2 is also similar kind of process with the different marks and different depth of certain parameters or factors or metrics. So these 3 criteria as many as 16 sub-criteria, and there is a good number of metrics. You can see, wow, mind-boggling criteria, sub-criteria, and then it has marks of 220. So that really talks about we have 10 criteria, 50 sub-criteria, and 159 metrics, totally weighing to 1000 marks. And where we fall into today's topic, which we are dwelling upon, healthy financial management, the accreditation, National Board of Accreditation looks into this aspect in terms of 2 criteria, 10.2, 10.3. 10.2 talks about, which has again sub-criteria, many sub-criteria. 10.2 talks about institutional budget. Institutional budget and how its utilization to happen and what they are on. So, and also 10.3, one more sub-criteria, another sub-criteria which talks about the program specific budget and what happens thereon. These are the 2 things, out of which 60 marks out of these 220 goes for that. This is what the complete essence of the financial management. Now, before I move on to that entire topic here, I would like to make a disclaimer that I would like to say that I am not a financial expert, right? But of course, as an academician, as a head of the institution for a long tenures, right, and seeing various institutions, I draw upon my experience, add it to my skill, and try to say certain things about this, how a healthy organization is going to be, how it look like to be, or how it is to be. So these are the things which I would like to put my personal things which I am going to talk to, and also I will highlight upon what actually NBA requires and what we need to prepare. And one more thing which we have to see here, one more point I would like to say, that is my disclaimer. Then coming on to the next point I would like to say is that the budget, be it the institutional level budget or program specific budget, these are things will be done by financial experts of the institution. Let me say it gets into the realm of administration and holistically, and then there this will be built. So as a teacher, as a faculty who is entering the portals of the institution might not have their own hands, laid their hands onto these activities of financial management. But nonetheless, the budget preparation, the declarations and all those things, so many of us would be seeing it. And if we see the budget also, probably how it works and how this is going to be and all those things is a big challenge. Sometimes it becomes a Greek and Latin to all of us. Now, I would like to, before getting on to that particular financial management kind of thing, so I'll just just like to introduce to you what is called as a good governance. This is what actually looks into in a broader way of the stakeholder participation and stakeholder satisfaction in terms of effective functioning of a university or institution or a college for that matter, and overall how efficient they are in governing all activities. This is what a good governance talks about. And I'm pleased to say that I had worked in TECIP 1, TECIP 2, TECIP 3, which talks about good governance nationwide. And this is a good learning which has happened. This is from the TECIP side. So if you look into the pyramid, you see learning and teaching, which gets in. So teaching, learning, those days which we are talking about, as Professor Ranganath also quoted and the director of the institute has also said, so the learning comes into priority here. So hitherto when we came from a old school of teaching learning, now learning and teaching is the aspect of it. Then next followed by the thing is research. Research actually contributes to the knowledge creation. And at the same time, it helps us moving on to knowledge transfer. So research actually happens, knowledge creation. Knowledge transfer is nothing but technology transfer. All these things will come into the kind of consultancy mode or maybe a kind of service mode. These two. So this is the research and knowledge transfer which we are talking about. Then moving on to the next leg of the pyramid, if you see, is the industry. Industry is the thing which we always see. That's what I said, wholesome education which talks about. So ultimately the students are going to go and contribute or work in the industries. So now, are we making them thoroughly well equipped, well knowledgeable, well skilled, right, and competent enough to work? The workforce which we are talking about, the students are going to be the future workforce. So we have to work in tandem with the industry. Therefore, the industry comes in. Then a wider society, which we talk about, an outreach of a faculty who can go and build. So this is what we really talk about there. So holistically, that becomes a good governance. How the institution top management perceives the governance and the various ways and practices, how it really builds such kind of governance model, and how it will be able to provide the requisite leadership and manage things. Leadership and manager both are different. So one is a visionary, the other one is going to be executive kind of things. So this is the thing which I would like to say, if at all we have to get into a financial management, financial health of organization, definitely an institution need to be having an eye on good governance model. So this is, having said that, I will take another slide on there. Good governance. Under good governance, there are 4 statutory bodies. These are compulsory bodies. 4 statutory bodies, which makes this entire leadership team to run into or effectively implement the good governance in an institution. So having said that, the first one is Board of Governors. You all aware what Board of Governors is. So there is a BOG, which we call in normal terms, and then most of the times we use BOG. So Board of Governors are the academic team, academic and administrative top level team, which makes or arrive at the policies and procedures of governance. So this is the strong BOG will make the institution very, very strong. Then coming on to the next one is the academic council. So academic council is nothing but the internal part of it. If you look into, this is an amalgamation of all the stakeholders here, all the stakeholders coming onto the council and talking about various academic things that are need to be getting in. Many times all these 4 bodies have kind of interplay. So some of the tasks will roll into one or more committees or councils or boards. So then academic council is the holistic body, the top level body of the university or the institution or the college or per se. So then they will take about all the various guidelines pertaining to academics, and there are well supported. This academic council will be constituting for the entire institution. So then there will be a board of studies. So BOS will be nothing but each program wise, each department wise, the BOS will run through. It will be totally looking into the careful academic aspect of it. Now, we say a lot of academic activities, board of governors, board of academic council, all these things do look into predominantly academic and administration. In order to run this administration in an efficient way, we need money, a lot of money. So where we get this money, there are several ways and means. So typically, I would say we get the student fees and then move on. So then, how do we really harness this money? What kind of potential levels we need to see? What kind of management of financial management which we need to adhere to? All these things, the finance committee comes into play there. That looks into all these things, pie investment, how it will go. So if you have board of governors, the academic council and board of studies will advise the board of governors on the academic aspects and matters of the institution, whereas finance committee will talk about various financial plans and how the money is flowing and how money we invested on that. So this is the things which we need to really understand. These are the 4 bodies. So out of 4 top statutory bodies, so the finance committee comes into the play. That clearly signifies the importance of finance management. That's what I wanted to draw your attention and make my point as well. Then moving on, the benefits of good governance are reflected in all institutions. So wherever you see a lot of benefits of good governance. So you must have seen, and this goes whether they really adopt good governance by design, or certain things will go very, very organically. So they just move. So there also there will be good governance. It doesn't mean that good governance you practice only it will come. It is you follow all various stipulated processes, laid out by the statutory bodies and the governments involved in, and for the public cause and public good, definitely we will be able to achieve this. Having said that, if you look into, quickly I run through these points, integrity in appointments at all levels, both external. See, this is what we are going to do. So when we are talking about appointments, what type of people required, what level they would be, what kind of finances need to be going. So in a recruitment actually involves a lot of money. So now what is that? How much money you have? So you have more fees you recruit, you gain, more resources, financial resources are coming into, then you will be able to pay the faculty as well. So the integrity, that everything you need to be taken care, and strong leadership and management skills. So everything, when you are going to go and look for very champions in each area, then probably we need to sell down more. The process for monitoring of quality of teaching and learning processes. So this is which we need to say, learning and teaching. So, and of course, the involvement of students. Every aspect of this, though it is a benefit that requires a lot of time and effort, human resource and finance as well. So that's what I would like to say. And research quality, a lot of research. See, most of the times a researcher doing a research requires a lot of support. Otherwise, he or she will not be able to perform their research activities in a given an institution. In many of the institutions, though they have research centers, they may not really have the required research facilities. The facilities need to create facilities. We need money. That's what I am saying. So now, coming on to this lean and competent administration, is what we have to really focus on. How the management is intelligent enough to really appoint these resources with an optimum cost that is involved. So whenever it comes to the financial management, robust and transparent financial systems. So this is what we always say, NBA says, or NAC also say, all credit bodies says that audited statement need to be published. So that is a transparent financial system. So how much you are getting, how much you are spending, how each resource is parked on, what is your corpus, and etc. etc. All those things will be viewed and by your audited statements. And of course, this is audited statement with regard to, so consisting of a lot of procurement activities, and of course both always mixed internal and external audit, may it be academic matter or administrative matter or financial matter. I would strongly support internal and external audit would be mandated. So transparent mechanism to determine remuneration at all levels. That's what I told. So how much remuneration need to be paid, how it will be, how it is going to work for them, whether they sustain or not, paying that much, the institution will survive or not. A lot of things. So if you really talk about the premier institutions, they are well supported by the government. When the 90% of the institutions here are in higher education platform are of private. So then the funding's financial is a big challenge. So how do they really maintain? So how they really maintain and be transparent. So all these things will coming into, right? And when we are now also talk about a lot of appraisal systems, when see what actually it is all focusing on, that is like a corporate is running in, and if an efficient by like a kind of business kind of thing, though we don't attach the term business, right? So a business that leading to profit, which we are talking about, it is not so, but your activity and work should be business like, a professional kind of thing. So now, and then, so the one who is not performing well, so then if you can really have a system to weed them out, probably will be more effective, contributing more and more. So a lot of student support arrangements need to be made. So effective manner. So that we need to really see student participation. So this is how many would really involve students in various governing activities. Probably they should know. Then that is the one kind of training where we can really afford to do for the students, where they can move into industry and try to learn better in the societal life and their career paths as well. And contribution to better performance in accreditation. So when you are having a good governance practices, a lot of best practices, then definitely you will be contributing better and better to accreditation. That's the reason where Professor Tripathi was talking about. I was at the BMS College of Engineering. This is a 2014 story, when the country was looking for Washington Accord membership. right? Permanent membership. That time it was temporary. That particular point in time, the Washington Accord team has come in and visited our institution for a inspection. Regular inspection was going on. We went for 5 programs. All our undergrad 11 programs, we went for accreditation two times. So simultaneously. So first one is 5 programs they came, and next 6 programs. Then during that particular point in time, out of all our 11 programs, barring one, all 10 of them accredited, and 6 of them for 6 years, remaining of them for 3 years, 2 years, sorry. 6 was not there, 5 and 2 years, that was the scenario. So what I would like to be happy to say that is, so the reflection of the good governance practices played a greater role, and the National Board of Accreditation announced 22 programs in the month of 2014. I don't exactly remember the month. They announced 22 programs, out of which 11 from BMS College of Engineering. That was the type of contribution which an institution can be really molded into a good governance model. So focused on our institutional inputs, outputs, especially increased employability. So that means here, good governance and solid. Good governance will never happen without solid financial support. Will actually enhance the quality and rigor of the student learners, and transform them into an employers. So their employability skills will go up. So this is what the good governance model and the financial management is going to help an institution to build in a big way. Now, so as far as our financial management is concerned, is all pervasive. So it is everywhere, spread across completely. Right? So now what is all talk about it, right? I would like to say, ask you, if any one of us would like to buy a vehicle, so a 4-wheeler, for example, so our friend will ask, somebody will ask, do you have the budget? What is budget? Why that is being used? Budget means only to the financial support to buy a car. Is that, or much beyond? So budget, in a sense, yeah, I have that funding and I may take some loan, all that we talk about. But so we can't stop when we are procuring certain thing. We cannot stop other activities of the house. So domestic every activity need to go, and also you will be capable of buying a vehicle with your own financial resources. This is what we really need to know about when we talk about budget. It's not earmark only that item. There are several items, integral part of it. As per Weston and Brigham, so financial management is an area of financial decision making. So this is what whether you decide you are going to invest this money, spend that much of money. So how would you do this? So you need to harmonize individual motives. So that means what you want to go, where you want to pitch in. You are going to pitch in to enhance the infrastructure, let us say, or enhance the research facilities, you say, or enhance the outreach activities, you say. So the institution has to draw upon, so who is this guy who is going to do that? Is a board of governors. So need to draw upon their motives, individual motives. So harmonizing individual in the sense it is an institution which I am talking about, individual motives, and also the enterprising goals. So what is the vision of the institution? So whether we are syncing with that, so then we are moving. That's what we need to do. And of course, financial management is an integral part of overall. That's what I try to impress upon the statutory bodies, which we have 4 bodies. So you can see it has 4 pillars. If you take one, finance is one pillar. If finance is weak, your financial health is very, very weak, you will not be able to improve, you will not go forward. That's what is the kind of thing. So where you use financial considerations when you are going to buy something, acquisition, procurement, maintenance, right, regular one, and replacement of assets, removal, right? So certain labs, like you have a funding, what is called as MODRABs, the ACT. Under MODRABs, you have the facilities you can renovate. So if I don't get a model project, so this is not possible to give it to all institutions, but the institutions based on the DPR, their proper project report and etc. submission. So then you should have that money to really put the money to really change, replace, or remove obsolescence and assets, kind of thing. And then employee compensation. So there will be so many things, gratuity, so many things to come into employee system is concerned, the number of faculty and their quality, their levels and all that, the salaries, all those things do play a vital role. And sources and costs of differential capital, so different capital. So that means, so you make, an institution might get another source of income. So what it is and how much it contributes, you got to see the type of production, marketing, finance and personal decisions, and everything holistically comes into the ambit of financial implications on the part of the institution. So this is not easy. So when you are getting into a kind of a institution which is financially healthy, you can see that, you can visualize that. You can visualize that to a larger extent as a faculty, as any individual for that matter, not only faculty, anybody can really visualize this. So the central focus on the financial management is the valuation of the value of the institution. So how much you are putting in, what is that particular ultimately the value of the institution? So that is the type of improvement. That is the kind of thing, enhancement which you would like to see. So this is what the financial management really, which is said to be pervasive. So now moving on to the next topic of the day, if you look into criteria number 10, which talks about governance. So governance, it starts with vision, mission and all those things which have been talked about, and various criteria really giving all those factors, right? So now here, when we come into specific to the financial management, there are two ways it will be looked into. One is the institution level, the other one is the program level. So in between intermediary, you have institution has certain departments, university has certain schools. Then each school has again various departments, and various departments has various programs, right? So these are the things which we have to really see. So now what actually they ask in 10.2 of National Board of Accreditation criteria 10 is what amount of budget allocated, utilization and public account at institute level. This is so this has to be really earmarked by the institution. Institution comes into play, the director of the institution school, director of the institute, director of the college, or the principal, or any other suitable administration, which need to really look into. So what they have to, what it consists of, summary of current financial year's budget and actual expenditure incurred. So this is for entire institution. So you have 10 departments and 10, 20 programs or 30 programs. Total expenditure comes into play, and total budget that has been allocated. The budget is given, some departments might use, some departments might not use. So that funding, they will use this funding from one particular account head to move it to other account head for the well-being of the institutions. These decisions will be drawn at the level of the institution. So that is what the institution specific thing. Same thing when we move on to 10.3, that will be specific to the program. I think all of you are clear in understanding institution and program. In between there is called as what is called as a department. Department might offer one or many UG programs, one or many PG programs. So each one is one cost center for us. in the financial terms, so we call it as cost center. Even industry also they call it as cost center. So that means say you have to invest certain things to get certain return. These returns could be intangible. So we will give you return in terms of value in the institution. So an industry gives returns in terms of product that need to be sold in the market, then you get money. But here we will create a product, we need to really invest of the money, and then this product leaves us. The student leaves the portals and gets a good employment, or become a good entrepreneur, or might go into pursue the higher goals, career goals by each individual. These are the things which we need to understand. So now what actually in this budget allocation and utilization, what they want? So total income at institute level. Or say in a simple terms, I would like to give an example. Total income comes into play. The number of students coming into opting into that particular program, and they pay. In Karnataka, we have the admission process is completely different, and we get different fee structures here. In other institutions like renowned and reputed institutions, there will be one common fee for all of them. So each one will vary from state to state and based on the governing laws and all those things. So the total fee, if I say without adding any other things, if I collect the total fee is my income for that particular year. I need to utilize this particular fund, pool of fund, for various activities per year. That entire year, what I am spreading out, I have to invest this money wisely such that the value and reputation of the institution goes up. So now what actually we want, this is current financial year, and current financial year -1, -2, -3. So that means this is the data which we need to prepare. This is the data which we need to have. So current financial year. So that is, if you are applying for National Board of Accreditation before September, then current financial year is the same year. After September, that will be next financial year. So this is what we need to consider. And then you can say, you can hear current financial year -1, -2, -3. So 3 years down the line. So this is what. Then move on. For current financial year, what we need to provide the data is total income, current financial year, the fee. You are getting a government support or something like that, you can always add. Some aided institutions will get some grants, so you can add under grants. Or any other block grant which is coming from government, from central government, you can add. So any other sources you apply. So that will total amount, different heads, I'll give you that heads in the next slide. So it will constitute what is called as current financial year total income. And actual expenditure till before September means up till April to September, what all the expenditure. So that we need to really talk about here. Recurring expenditure, that is such as including salaries. First thing is salaries. And non-recurring is nothing but the equipment side, the investment, so which we have made. And any other special projects which you embarked on. So all those, there are several account heads which I'll show it to you a little later. This is the broad, and then total number of total fee occurred, total amount spent, divide by divide by the total number of students, then you'll get the expenditure so far incurred per student. That's what we need to. Total number of students, so how much you have gotten and how much you have spent will give you the current financial year expenditure. Then moving on to the next slide is here, I think you will be able to see. Hopefully, are you able to see this, sir? Can anybody say that this slide is visible?
Yes, visible, sir. This is visible.
Yeah, a similar kind of thing which we have extended this. This is an provide information, institute specific, budget, what are that? and actual expenses you can see, and budgeted year -1, CFI current financial -1, -2, -3, all that budget and expenses, budget and expenses. What is that money you have? How much you have spent? So those line items here constitute infrastructure and built-up area, library, laboratory equipment, laboratory consumables, teaching and non-teaching staff salary, maintenance and spares, research and development, training and travel, miscellaneous expenditure. You have to specifically say for what that amount is being spent. Any other elements you can always say, and the total. So budgeted item total, if you, whatever money you have, let us say you got 100 crores. For infrastructure this year you are budgeting 30 crores. So out of 30 crores I have spent, because 30 crores you say 1 year you can't complete that project, you might have spent 6 crores. So likewise, so when it has been done, how it will be, all those things you got to carefully do that. Same thing if I move institute specific, one more point which 10.2 which they will ask, adequacy of budget allocation. So this is the one which you have to carefully see. Adequacy in the sense, if the department has for a facility of 2 classrooms, which requires 30 lakhs, let us say, hypothetically, if budget team allocates 10 lakhs out of 30 lakhs, what happens? So the budget is not adequate, what we say, in the sense, the requirement is 30 lakhs, allotted is 10. So henceforth it is not adequate. Probably you will not be able to construct a single, not even a single classroom, and you will not be optimized on the value chain. This is what we need to carefully understand. This is one thing as far as the adequacy. Adequacy is sufficiency of the budget allocated. Sometimes it will be surplus, sometimes it is not. It is surplus means it doesn't mean that you spend everything. There are several checks and balances in finances that do happen. You can't spend 1 rupee in any manner unless until you do which different ways. In a transparent manner, you can't do. You will be well driven by the thought of budget. Then second one, 10.2.2, first one is budget, then adequacy of budget, which we are seeing. 10.2.2 is utilization of allocated funds. That means to say, how much, see, I have given 30 lakhs for building 2 classrooms, allotted, budget allotted. But for various reasons, Corona has come in, let us say, and we are unable to take up the project. We could not build. So that 30 lakhs, we have not spent a single pine. So percent utilization is going to be 0. Or you have done some part of job and you are able to semi-finish and you have spent 15 lakhs, and that means a 50% you utilized, and remaining 50% you can't utilize. It is running more time because of the exigency. This is what is the thing which we are going to see, utilization of allocated funds. The same style it will move on to the program specific budget allocation also. Same style. There we are talking about the institution. Here we are talking about the program. Here one challenge that comes into play is the account heads. That would differ. That would be different. Certain departments may have more, certain programs also may have more funding, the other may not. So coming on to here, what are the heads that is going to be here? Current financial year, program specific budget, if you look into non-recurring expenditure, recurring expenditure. The program side, when you are coming in, it has gone into a different terminology, non-recurring. So that means the capital equipment, capex, which we call it as in general, the non-recurring equipment comes into play. So you want to buy certain equipment, you are investing some money, right? All that it will come in, even including physical infrastructure, etc., civil works, everything comes into non-recurring. Recurring, such as for a simple example, I would like to say salaries and wages and other day-to-day consumables, other things comes into the recurring. So the total budget I have given for a program, let us say B.Tech in civil engineering, for that particular academic year, I have given 1 crore. So the salary, and that depends upon the number of people, how much their salaries, how much their levels, all that you will fix up that particular figure. Right? That is going to be the recurring expenditure loaded into non-recurring. What is that you would like to build? Some you want to buy an ATM, so you'll be requesting for that. That amount comes in, it will fall into non-recurring. So actual expenditure till date. So whatever date you are filing the SAR, till date you will have the non-recurring expenditure spent and recurring spent. So accordingly, you will find out the current financial year, how many number of students as well. You can say, you can always per capita expenses, you can always bring in do it. What kind of line items get into the program subset? So it is something different, slightly different than that. So, and one more thing here is, these things are already given in NBA, SAR format. So you can download that, you can fill all those things. And one more thing I would like to say, certain items which are missing in this, you are feel free to add them up. It is not that certain limited items are asked, nothing has been asked in this regard, I need not add. You can always add. So the act of transparency, the way you do that document is quite impressive. So it should be impressive the evaluators who are coming in there. Now, you can see the line items. I'll just laboratory equipment, softwares you are going to buy, laboratory consumables, maintenance and space, R&D expenditure that is coming into, right? Training and travel for the faculty, right? And any other miscellaneous expenditure, right? Your stationery, other requirements. There will be so many things which will be coming in it. So all those things construed here, and for last 3 years, including current financial year and -3, you need to put all the data. So this is what are the expected thought process. Similarly, adequacy. Again, you are requesting some fund and you are not being given, and you are unable to execute a task, right? To complete the task, then you are supposed to go and meet an external person outside, but you are not being given that funding support, then you will not be able to do the task. So that is, the budget is inadequate, right? We will not be able to. This equipment is not there, so the activity is being stalled. So that is because lack of budget, lack of financial support, lack of funding. So all these things so will fall into that cadre, and the budget adequate or inadequate we got to see. There are several mechanisms where we can check. Utilization of allocated funds, as again you have been given 100 rupees and you have spent 100 rupees, 100% is the utilization. If you are given 100% and 50% you utilized, 50 rupees you utilized, 50%. So that is very simple calculation, straightforward calculation, which you are going to do. So this is what program specific and the other institute specific activities which you are seeing. Now, to have a clarity on this, I can share you a document which of my previous institution. So how do we prepare the kind of document? So I'll just take a minute and get back and share that document with you. Just please hold on. Yeah, somebody can tell me whether they can see. It's a PDF file.
No, sir.
No, sir, it's still
No, sir.
No?
Not visible, sir.
Visible? You can see
No,
now?
sir.
No, not yet.
Maybe it might take some time, I don't know. Are you able to see now? No?
No.
Some internet problem. It's not coming, sir.
Sir, open and then share.
Yeah?
Open.
Yeah,
First
I have
open.
opened, sir. I have opened it. I have opened it and I am opening here the application window. Share. Yeah.
Yes, yes, it has come.
Now it is 150%
Yes, yes.
magnified. I think you can able to see that. No, I'm sorry because I can't make this as a PPT because it's a PDF file. So it's also huge numbers. It is 2015, you can see, April 2015. So I should reduce this by 20% so that to bring that into the frame. Now, whenever we are making a budget, so what I have done, so this is typically done by me, so you can look into the salient accomplishments for that particular year, 2014-15, and the proposals for the year, summary of the budget, and proposed building construction works, revenue receipts, revenue and capital payments abstract form, revenue payments UG and PG separate, and revenue and capital payments PG, PhD and MS Engineering, and department-wise recurring and non-recurring budget estimate, student strength. So we have to, how we are calculating this, the fee that are being paid, how many students are coming, which year they are in, how much money is coming in, all the details, calculation of tuition fee in various levels. And in Karnataka, we have 3-tier system of admission. One is through the government entrance test, which is called as Communicate, which fills about 45% of seats. And then we move on to what is called as a common entrance test, which is administered by consortium of private engineering medical colleges, dental colleges. So that is common care we have. That is a different fee structure. And one more fee structure is management quota. So typically the consortium of management engineering dental common care, what we call it as, that and management quota also sometimes taken as management quota itself. So now all that and miscellaneous receipts what we have got, etc., everything with explained. And one more thing, the institution is a kind of a hybrid kind of institution, which is having management run programs and also government grant and aid run programs. So that way establishment charges of GA is grant and aid and management and PG programs what it is. Then move on. So the line items, requirements of civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, all these branches, including science branches, physics, chemistry, mathematics, sports, administrative office requirements, autonomous examination requirements, data center requirements, that is IT requirements, right? Estate works, that is a small minor civil works and etc., all those things. And coming on to our MBA department requirements, MCA requirements, placement department requirements, R&D requirement, library information and center requirements. These are the things which are as good as 52 line items with the rigorous calculations supported with the blended Excel sheets. I'll also show that Excel sheet, which is very, very vast, and put all those things in there. So all that will give you what is that money you are going to get and how you are going to spend them. So this is what we do. And then what I have done is 2014-15, what we have done, annual intake enhanced. So all those things, what are the new programs introduced, what are the innovative labs which have been created, how many computers have been procured, because I have spent significant amount of budget, then what is that I could achieve, the board of governors need to know. Because the executive is the principal or director of the school, then we will be able to we are answerable to really convince the management, this is what we have done. So with all rigor and vigor. So all these things, even here, luckily you can see, PMS is one of the first institution in India bestowed with the accreditation status by National Board of Accreditation, NBA, under Tier 1 under Washington Accord. I am just seeing this now. I have just copied the file today morning. So anyway, out of 11 programs, 5 programs accredited for 5 years, rest for 2 years. So these are the things which we will also tell salient and significant achievements, accomplishments. As an institution, we cannot get profit and show our achievements, success, academic success and rigor and vigor, the institutional reputation goes up. That is our actually kind of a return which we can give it to the institution. So that is called as revenue generation, internal revenue. Now coming on to, not in true sense of course, now coming on to then what all that industrial visits are organized and what all that we have established a CNR of Bharatratna, that the CNR of chair those days, which has an expenditure on that. So the person faculty who are nominated, his salary would be given, or if he is a regular employee, we'll give him the allowance of 15,000 rupees per month, like that. So all completely alumni registrations, everything. See, there are so many points which we really highlight what all that happened there. And then, so what are the proposals? See that 2 pages ran through all these items, what we have achieved. Then we move on to the, sorry, go back. Hope I am not, is that okay? You are following, I believe so. So, and proposals for that next academic year, what all that we would like to establish and do all those things which have already shown here. So now budget summary, if you see the first one, budget, right? So you can see here clearly the budget for this year, and this is in lakhs actually, 8,473. Actual so far, that means we have budgeted that amount, but we have received only 81,000 amount. Some people have not paid, some people have not paid, like that. So likewise, how 97% actual versus budget. So this is what we could achieve. And then the total amount, budgeted amount 15-16, we are saying this could be going up there that much. Similarly, the revenue payments, if you look into say, this is the revenue payments which we have made, and actually we have paid more, right? So we have spent more money than the budget. So from where this money comes in, the management, BOG or the parent trust would support the institution to get in that money. In our case, in certain cases, they may borrow a bank loan and add up there. So all that, so how the money comes into play. Similarly, before capital amount, so the payments and surplus amounts are this much. So capital payments, how much you have paid, which has been saying 63% only we have paid, though we committed for 100, these many crores, these many lakhs. So likewise, how much surplus you have, and then capital payments, you can say what is the proposed capital payments, you say, then you move into a deficit mode. So all that, and revenue payments, revenue receipts and payments, you can see for the revenue, actual and debt. So these are the total budget, and we see here overall it is going to go with a net surplus amount of 600. Here you can see net surplus amount of this. So now all that we need to show the BOG and what all that activities. This is a high-rise building, 2 basements plus ground plus 7 floors. Now this building is already up and running. So this is what we show that there, and what are the facilities which we are now trying to bring in. We have added up 1 more floor to this block. All that will come in over there. So this is the way how we calculate tuition fees, right? So UG, undergraduate programs, CET, Community, and we have persons of Indian origin, right? PAO quota and management fees. All that fees receipts are coming in this way, and we are also saying that we will budget next year budget. That means you have enhanced certain seats, then your estimated revenue might go up. All that you can show here. Similarly, PG program, similarly miscellaneous bank interest and miscellaneous income which is coming. Certain times you have a cafeteria on rent and that rent receivables, all those line items would come here. And the bank interest, because money is parked per year, so entire revenue is being parked and it will be utilized accordingly the entire year. So you will get a lot of interest. That bank interest is still whopping 57 lakhs here, you can see. And also government funds comes in sometimes. There will be a project when we really do a project, right? Government DST project, anything. So 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs or 30 lakhs come and park into principal's account. That amount, entire amount will not be spent in one day. So slowly the money, interest money starts accruing. So the interest also will give it to the project principal investigator, stating that he can utilize that money with the permission of the concerned approving authority, so that they completely utilize. Sometimes the authority says return that money, we will return. Otherwise, we can use it for the project, but not for the management issues. So this is what we say. And similarly, here we have salary. Salary, we also receive grants from, because aided institution, these are grants received. So this is one sheet of calculation. A lot of Excel sheets which have been translated into, now we have put a document in order to show every single pi to pi calculation there. You can see huge amount of calculations, revenue payments, right? All that revenue receipts, that capital payments is the equipment which we borrow, books, R&D facilities, and all those things what we have done. You can see, and also you can see another head, buildings for new academic block which we talk about. So 160 crores, 162 crores. So all that. And revenue payments, what we have paid, pay and allowances, staff salaries, other things, and allowances to HODs, which we also give, faculty development programs, staff insurance, incentive for publications. We have a lot of schemes, even patent charges we pay, all that which have come into the picture. So a lot of things. See, you can see other heads. These are the heads which I want to talk about. Account heads. NBA has given categorically a broad meaning. If you are deviating and adding more, no problem. Please mention those things like this. Absolutely, they'll be more happy to see that, and If at all I go, I'll be very happy to see what is that been done and how transparent that has been dispersed. It is a few lakhs, but when we are talking about crores, few lakhs also been accounted and they have been shown. There is a reflection on that. So to that extent, stakeholder is committed. When an extension lecture is concerned, this much of money is given and the students are going. So students know, faculty know, stakeholder know, industry person knows, and management knows, everyone knows. This is the what do you call transparency which we are talking about here. So then moving on, see a lot of maintenance expenditure which is coming. Electrical maintenance, repairs, fixtures, right? Furniture and fixtures, maintenance of vehicles, insurance, property tax, ICD expenditure, all those things, housekeeping services. So regular upkeep, you have to buy a lot of consumables for upkeep and maintenance. And then contingency and other lot of things here. You can see so many line items, advertisement charges, professional charges, printing stationery, right? Telephone charges, all. So you can honorarium paid to BOG, BOA members and all those things. Various college events that have been planned, traveling elements, PG programs, which we do, and the conferences which we have said, right? And various activities. Wherever there is a cost center where you have to expand, then appropriate line head, and it has to go into the budget and expenditure sheet. Even now, if you get into departments, so all the departments are listed here. You can see various sheets, various heads. You can see here all the departments and what are the budget we have given. Let us say here, simple thing you can look into for your information. Now, 20 lakhs which we have last year civil engineering we given. Actual payments they have made this much only. So they have claimed 20 lakhs, but actually they have taken only 766. Right? Then next year budget, what happens? It is not going to 20 lakhs, it is going to 12 because their requirement is reduced. So it varies percent to percent, their ideas and etc. etc. And let us say mechanical engineering 30 lakhs which we have given, actual payment 16, but their proposal for new equipment and extra which is come in, which is approved by the subcommittee or finance committee, which actually approves that particular amount. And the board, actually finance committee's job is, it will not approve, categorically it will approve, but it is in sense, it recommends the POG to really look into. So 45. So two contrast things you can see, 22 it became 12, 32, 42. That means say no figure is fixed here based on your proposal. Everyone, all departments, everyone is involved into this activity and they take responsibility and request with evidence, proof, everything documents, they have to convince, they have to fight to get that particular money. So that exercise makes them, right, cajoles them or motivates them, or it acts as a catalyst. They fought for that particular money, then they would like to try to achieve it in a successful manner and bring that kind of laurels to the institution. So the value of thing is going to go up. So this is when it comes to the revenue payment. So you can see establishment charges, how much it is going to go and how it is going to be. So we have sophisticated staff, so there won't be any big change. 41, right, 4 crores to 4.7 crores it is going to go. Similarly, staff development and student development, maintenance expenditure. So these things you can see, these heads I am going to use in the next few slides. Contingency and other elements, consumables, everything in so many lakhs to crores it will go. 62 crores is coming in. And coming on to the total budget for the financial year 24, capital payments, equipment and all those things you can say 10, and buildings about 16. So this is the 260. So this is the kind of scenario which we are going to talk about. And similarly, okay, likewise, so this is in one more Excel sheet because huge components have been added up there. Likewise, every computation need to be shown. every Excel sheet, these sheets are linked in totally. Totally, once a small change you make, it will upload there. And even computer procurement also comes into play, centralized stores. Everything you talk about, whole lot of things coming in up for an institution. But you just see here, Department of Research and Development. So where they are going to use. So this is not applicable to UG, this is not applicable to PG, this is R&D. So what is the equipment completely? 73.37 lakhs is totally allocated. So various departments will be asking certain equipment. So that equipment totally, research and R&D through, so this is total amount which is going to go, and that is coming to 82 lakhs, and 31 lakhs is your recurring deposit. So that means you have about 100 lakhs, more than 1.1 or 1.2 crores for the research kind of funding, it will go. So all that, so placement training, so everything will be done in a nice formatted Excel sheet with a lot of deliberations, discussions. The process starts 3 months early, and we will be completing that in a right time. So all through friends, please note, the finance committee plays a vital role. So many of the institutions, there is no finance committee at all. So private institutions, which I'm talking about, when the IITs, NITs and the central funded institutions, absolutely accounting system is very, very stabilized, standardized. But whereas in this case, we have to really go and create those systems such a way. The kind of transparency we build in, then that is what which is going to go and give us a great name. Now, then I'll move on to the other slide. Are you able to see now the PPT, sir?
Hello? PPT is not visible.
PPT, sir?
Not visual,
Not
Not visual. Okay, I have to share it again. Yeah, hopefully no.
Yeah, now it is visible.
Yeah, I'll take another 5 minutes and let me see how best I can do that. So that is the complete one. Since I have to shown you how we put that kind of massive effort to create a budget. It's about 150 crore and etc. So that is what the exercise which we do, very, very transparent, right? And a democratic kind of fashion. Now, coming on to other two important parameters under the criteria 10 of National Board of Accreditation NBA are delegation of financial powers. Delegation of financial powers, in the sense to the principal or to the head of the institution, financial power is given head of the departments. That is one thing which we see. And again, there are two submetrics in this. How much power? Let us say for a principal, 10,000 rupees power has been given, right? Or 10 lakhs has been given. So on paper it is there. But we would like to see how much really he has used that financial power, utilized that financial power. How many times principal has signed or approved something called as for 10 lakh equipment. Let us say 8 lakh rupees equipment they bought. So it will not go anywhere. Principal has the authority, then they will sign. So I had a financial power of 3 lakh rupees when I was the helm of BMS. So 3 lakh rupees was the, any bill I need not go less than 3 lakh. 3 lakh 1 rupee I need to go. That my financial power is stops there. So 3 lakh 10,000 rupees comes, let's say, I can't go. So people would say that split the bill and do it. That is unethical. Even financial management or any other management, any other activity, ethical practice is the one which really makes the true discipline and transparent manner. So 3 lakh rupees, 1 rupee extra, or 10,000 extra, or 40 lakhs also, you can't sign because your power doesn't permit. So what we have to see is how much power a faculty or, sorry, the HOD or the principal or director is given, how much they could utilize, how many number of times they could utilize in the each of the assessment years. So 3 assessment years anyway we check. So 1 assessment year 0 times, 2nd assessment 0 times, 3rd assessment 1 time. So that means say NBA is coming, then you would have forcefully used it. So that's what they construct. So it has to be very clear. And next one is all that I was talking about transparency and availability of correct and unambiguous information in public domain. This is what all those budget sheets, audited sheets, one thing which I've got to tell you is all these accounts need to be audited. Public accounting, which we talk about, internal auditor and external auditor, right? Internal auditor, the people who really rectify that. So, for example, we are a granting aid institution or maybe a government institution. The government audit will go. It's called as a public audit. So, to that extent, the private institution also can make an audit and publish it. So, this is what we see under the public domain. So, the health of the financial health will be seen the moment you publish the charts into your open website. Then that is, you need not put every poster and put it everywhere. It is on the public domain in the sense we currently consider it as your own college website. Once you say, then any stakeholder, a student wants to say that, yeah, this is what the huge thing, institution. So they can easily visualize the type of the institution. So this is completes about 10.2 and 10.3 and 10.1 certain small 2 bits. So these 2 bits put together, 2 metrics put together, it is about 70 marks earmarked for the finance. So there will be a professional financial officers would be there in a university or even the top-notch premier, India's premier institutions and all, right? And Institute of National Importance and institutions, all those things. Even private institutions, some of them do have this kind of practices. And some of the participants who are hailing from a private institution, probably better we follow this kind of systems. Now, another 2 slides I would like to, 2 or 3 are there. Yeah, 3 slides. I would like to quickly share on the 4 corpus funds as a healthy financial management. That's what the target. So now I am trying to add the health into it, the lung power. So now here we need to create what is called as 4 funds. So first and foremost of them a corpus fund. So the fund which is coming for your rescue, and faculty development fund, and equipment replacement fund, and maintenance fund. Most of the times these funds need to be parked. See, purpose of all these funds is nothing but to ensure or assure sustainability of the financial reform. Sometimes when you don't have a surplus corpus funds which are available parked somewhere, in the time of exigency you don't have money. So that's the reason your sustainability will go away. So the money will be parked. How do you create this? So you have to open a bank account. So on each these 4 heads, we have this corpus fund account, separate account, faculty development fund account, separate, equipment replacement fund account, separate, maintenance fund account, separate. So now the funds, whatever amount you are putting in there, so you are not supposed to use that for 10 years, right? For various activities. You should not. Then later on, this will start giving you, reaping you some amount, some safety. So now what we are saying is the funds actually to be built, right? Each fund 0.5%, total put together 2% of recurring expenditure. From the total recurring expenditure, ours is coming out 32 lakhs, let us say. Out of that, 2%, you can say 6 point some lakhs, then distribute that into 0.5% into 4 different accounts. That's what simple. statement. Hope you got it. So now what I say is 2% of the total recurring expenditure for that particular financial year, right? So 10 lakhs means 2% is 2 lakhs, 50,000 each into these 4 accounts it will go. It's only one thumb rule. So based on your things. Now, not only the amount which you really collect from fee, and also you may get certain grants, block grants, or donation from alumni, or some charitable organizations. So SK Foundation or something, they have given 1 crore in long back, about a decade back to BMS College for certain. So charitable organization might give. He has no relation to the college, but still they could do. So IRG, income revenue generation such as through consultancy, through other knowledge transfer, through corporate training, we generate a lot of grants. Those things will also go construed into revenue generated. So all those things comes into factor. And certain times whenever a revenue being generated by the faculty, it is a kind of a rule. It says, right, very ethical kind of thing. So kind of thing where management also contributes that much of funding to the these funds, corpus funds. So now who actually take care of this entire corpus activity is nothing but the boss, is nothing but board of governors. Now coming on to this, so now here the revenue generation, that's what I said earlier also, we talking about loud and clear. Various what we call consultancy activities, a lot of active funding which you generate, right? So that is taken as here, and the faculty contributions also recognized through rewards, right? And there a lot of money which is coming into the from the faculty and staff, which we are going to go and get that, and a lot of expenditure can also be generated. Then now these 4 funds generation of activities could include, see first one here, the list is coming in now. Consultancy projects. So these consultancy projects could be sponsored by private or public industry sectors. Both are possible. So public sector funding requires a lot of cumbersome processing, but private sector would be, they'll be co-partner into it. So the job would be simpler. Sponsored research projects through various agencies, right? And you know all the agencies which are coming in, offering specially tailored continuing education programs. That's what I said, right? So corporate training or educational training, continuous education programs, like IAS has one, Indian Social Science, that is continuing proficiency, they call it as. And then specially designed degree programs, you can say BTech honors, you are going to go and some additional charge will come because more number of credits they got to take in, and industry institute interactive programs which you conduct for revenue generation as well. So a lot of commercial activities. Some of people use our facilities and start paying, and also we have a lot of incubation centers. They might also get into some revenue generation. A lot of coordination, thorough process would be required here, and this all that lot of in order to improve the facilities for personal academic research and travel for attending conferences. So a lot of things. Travel also we can permit them through sponsor projects as per the sponsoring organization. So a lot of money comes into play in various sectors, and that money has to be used for that particular purpose. So that way we'll be publishing all that information very transparently to the faculty and the requisite faculty who are needed it, and they might get it based on. It is not that just giving away, I like you, I give you 10,000. It is not so. Based on the merits, and everybody should know there is a provision, right? We have a CNR chair. So we publicize, right, CNR chair, and ask applications, invite applications from the people, then they will apply for that. The deserving candidate will get it. So that is the transparency which we are talking about. It is not that I like some professor and I call him and give that particular remuneration or honorarium or the award or reward. So these are the things which are going into the point. So ultimately what I would say is money is everything. Without finance, we cannot flourish. So finance is an essential tool. So how do we optimize? By lean and competent management, administrative techniques, and good governance model probably would really help us in a big way to nurture the institution and thus create a value. This value is known as branding, right? So IITs have a global reputation, global branding. So how it has come? So likewise, you have to sustain all these things and be transparent, be open, and be open to all, right? All in the sense, all these stakeholders, including government, everyone, all stakeholders. We need to be very, very open. So when you do that, then definitely this financial health of the organization would add to its might and create a lot of value, undisturbed value, and thus the institution will flourish for years on and on. So friends, we'll be working in various different institutions. Let's contribute to these institutions, longevity of these institutions, by way of sincerely serving the institutions and nothing but the students in a sincere and honest manner. With that, I conclude my today's session on financial health of an institution. So hopefully I have touched upon the points and quickly one or two questions, if any.
Yes. If some participants wants to ask, they can ask quickly the question. Perhaps this session is higher than the level of participants as well. So they are not finding themselves in a capacity to ask.
No, morning I saw COPO mapping. I can answer those questions. Plenty of questions. Because they don't put their hands on that. That's the reason I asked when Professor Tripathi told me. But anyway, I said I will do. Right? It's an opportunity. Hopefully you have got some information on that.
But then this is rare which they will get. So
Sir,
can
can I ask one query?
Wait, sir. Why not, sir? Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, every institute conducts the budgetary exercise for various programs, departments, and activities and portfolios. Okay. It's normally an annual activity with maybe 6 monthly or 3 monthly review to review the progress.
Correct.
But sometimes it is found that actual versus budget, there could be a large difference. Okay. Actual versus budget, there could be a large difference. The budget remains underutilized to a sizable extent. And this can happen for 2 or 3 years consistently.
Okay.
Probably that indicates either the budget should be cropped down or the activity for which the budget is made need to be improved upon.
Correct, sir.
So, in this kind of scenario, what would be your observations and guidelines to those institutes?
Yeah, that is a very valid question. What I understand is every budget, once it is open and operating, up and operating, we need to reconcile it. Every time we need to periodically verify the budget is going properly or not. I have shown you one line item. Earlier they have asked 10 lakhs, right? 30 lakhs we have given, they could spend only 10 lakhs, less amount. Then we have next year budget, we were very thoroughly we looked into their budget amount, total budget amount, whatever they have asked, it has been reduced, but they are not able to utilize because of the various reasons. Maybe they are not capable of doing that so, or their funding is whatever. There will be several reasons. That has to be reviewed by the financial committee, reconciled, and budget can be revised. So within the same year, we can revise the budget terms. Not, let us say in the beginning you said 100 rupees you are given. It doesn't go till the end. 100 rupees in the last quarter also you are not spending. Then that can be reduced to 25. Now currently, for analogy, I'll give you an example. If the seats are not being filled, ACT reduces this by 10% or 20%, 30%. That is 2-3 years continuously, consecutively, the seats are not being filled. The intake is being reduced. Similarly, intake is your budget. So this will come down automatically. So that's a reason that should be very thoroughly, because most of the institutions do not have a financial officer into place. Accountants will be there. You should get a financial officer, then he or she will be knowing the crux of the problem and try to operate it. Right? This is what we need to bring in, sir. It is a right point and it has to be reviewed. And over and years they are not utilizing. Why an institution is parking that money there and counterproductive? That will be counterproductive.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So
Any more questions? If not, then maybe let us thank Babu sir for taking effort to prepare material on.
One more question, just as a general information, I would request sir to write. Typically, for an engineering institute, if 100 rupees is the total budget and 100 rupees is the total income, normally what is the broad breakup in terms of allocation on requirement? If you can throw some light, it means salaries, new equipments, then maybe software, and maybe some revenue or recurring expenses, maintenance. Some breakup, is it observed, a pattern is observed typically across the country? Anything can be said?
Sir, it is the same like NBA given, no? You said that point already. It is given. So, in the format which line items which I given, no, in the NBA document, it is there. So, typically, those are the parameters. Anything extraordinary, if somebody is not utilizing, doing well, and those money can be utilized for different aspects of it. So, this we cannot say arbitrarily. That could be, see, they may get into a kind of a Section 8 company going into a vast research area. They may take up and also several activities. So that's a thing, right? That varies from institutions unless until the institution portfolio is completely understood by us, we will not be able to do anything. Arbitrarily, we can't.
Okay.
You can assume. Yes, sir.
Okay, any further questions? If anyone wants to ask, otherwise let us close this session. Let us thank Professor Babu to your time to prepare on a topic which is not a very regular topic in such kind of workshop, but he presented very nicely, collected a lot of nice material. So we thank you, sir, again for your efforts and helping us, guiding us in this regard. And we'll do in the next session. Probably we hope we'll be able to have further guidance from you.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Wish you all the best and thank you. See you later.
Thank you, sir. So participants, with this, maybe today's sessions are over. We'll meet tomorrow at 9:30 again. Okay.